Hello, folks. Welcome to the Silicon Valley Health Institute. Uh, in, we're a nonprofit, 501c, in business about 20 years. We try to bring you the best in health experts to share this information so you can be proactive in your health, or just because stuff is just extremely interesting. So feel free to join. Membership $60 a year, but these videos are available to you anyway. And this week we have Fred Provenza. I was really intrigued with his book. It was about animals' inner wisdom and that, and comparing to human beings and how animals know instinctively what to eat unless you feed them an inappropriate diet. And the same for humans, just very interesting. So let me tell you a little bit about Fred. He has spent 7 years as a ranch manager with his wife, Sue, before earning his MS and PhD degrees in range science. He was a faculty member in the Department of Range Science from 1982 to 2009. He's currently Professor Emeritus in the Department of Wildland Resources in Utah State University. For the last 30 years, his group has produced groundbreaking research that laid the foundations for what is now known as behavioral-based management of landscapes. That work inspired researchers in disciplines as diverse as chemical ecology, ruminant nutrition, human nutrition, and biopsychology, as well as animal welfare, landscape restoration, ecology, wildlife damage management, pasture and range land science, and management and rural sociology and eco-development. Along with his colleagues and graduate students, he has been the author and co-author of 250 publications in peer-reviewed journals and books, and he has been invited speaker in over 325 international meetings. This man is busy, so welcome.
Thank you, Susan. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with all you folks. The only thing could make it better is if we were actually in person, but that's not the way it is nowadays. So let me give you a little bit of background. That was a mouthful of all those things that you were saying, Susan, about the different, we worked with a diverse array of people in a diverse array of fields. And I often thought, it's been 45 years now of being involved in all of this. I've often thought back over the years about, you can only focus on certain things as part of a research career, but you can read incredibly broadly. You can read about all different disciplines that you may never be able to work in or study in or experience. And nourishment was very much about that sort of thing. So let me, trying to pull together ideas from diverse fields. And let me give you a little bit of background of what happened with the book. Susan, you mentioned that I retired 11 years ago from Utah State University. I'd worked there for 35 years. And my companion, Sue, my wife, and I have 49 years. We moved to the backwoods of Colorado. And so I wrote Nourishment while we were living there in the peace and tranquility of nature. I'm going to put some slides up for you just so it'll give you a little bit of a sense here of what I'm going to talk about and where I want to go. And let me back up just a second too here and say, Steve and Susan and I all agreed that we would like to make this interactive, not just a talking head, that the materials that I'll present, and I did this throughout my career, it was a way to have a conversation, not as some dogmatic kind of preaching or anything else. So that's the way I'd like to do this. Back to, though, the book and where this will lead us. Sue and I were living in the peace and tranquility of the backwoods of, here's some shots of where we were living in the backwoods of Colorado. We were 12 miles in on graveled road. So it was a long ways just to get to where we lived. We were living alone, and that wouldn't work for everyone, but for Sue and I, it was just perfect. And it was a wonderful time to reflect. When working in a career, as many of you, all of you may know, you're busy, you're the center of attention, lots of things are happening. But when you move to the backwoods, nobody knows you, nobody could care less who you are, what you've done, any of those things all fall away. And so that was a wonderful time to reflect. And like our time here on Earth, our time in the backwoods was a stolen moment, and we knew it. We used to tell each other that all the time. We were living at 9,500 feet elevation in the transition zone between the conifer and aspen woodlands and the expansive grass and forb-dominated parklands of what's known as South Park. We were surrounded by 14,000-foot granite peaks. During the day, we were immersed in the beauty of nature, from the exquisite arrays of different plants to the insects, birds, small and large mammals, who made the backwoods their home seasonally, if not year-round. At night, the star shows were incredible, the galaxies and stars setting the night aglow. And it was a great time to ponder the horrors, the beauties, the wonders, and the deep mysteries of a cosmos, this cosmos that we call our home. It was a splendid time to reflect on the mysteries of existence, also in the process of consuming itself, from herbivores, omnivores, and carnivores above and below ground to on Earth to stars and galaxies in the cosmos. You know, if you think about it, we live in a universe with some 200 to 300 million galaxies, each with billions of stars. It's hard for me to even start to wrap my mind around that. At the center of each galaxy, we're told, is a black hole in the process of consuming the galaxy. So as I wrote Nourishment, all this was on my mind, and I used comparative food selection, nutrition, and health of everything from insects to humans, simply as a way to reflect on the mysteries and wonders of existence in the process of consuming itself. That was what was driving what I did. The first section of the book, Dining with Change, describes existence in an ever-changing universe. The next two sections of the book, Dancing with the Wisdom of the Body and Savoring the Artist's Palate, deal with food selection, nutrition, and health. The last two sections of the book, Grappling with Uncertainty and Fading into Mystery, focus on uncertainty, mystery, and wonder of a visit to this planet. So my point in writing the book wasn't to necessarily answer questions or be the big talking head or be dogmatic in any way, but to raise questions and to awaken a childlike awe and humility at the mysteries and wonders of a visit to Earth. Now, I've had a lot of people review the book, and lots of things were written and so forth since in the last 2 years. But I think one of my friends in Australia, a writer named Matt Kaywood, really caught the essence of the book. And I'd like to just read a few of his thoughts before we launch into this, because he really deals with some uncertainties I had in writing the book and since it's come out. So he says, I know some people who have been a bit nonplussed by Nourishment, by its grafting of science and mysticism. But that is exactly what spoke to me. I've long been immersed in both worlds, recognizing the validity of each, but never really reconciling them into one worldview despite the work of others. I gave many, many talks in Australia and workshops over the last 30 years, and Matt participated in many of those. He said, your talks began to put them together for me for the first time in a way that reflected my own experience. And Nourishment brings the ideas from the talks together brilliantly and inspirationally. Some will feel aggrieved by this book. They will set out on an engaging scientific discussion on the interactions of minds, bodies, and diet, perhaps believing that this book is about, quote, diet, as it is cataloged by Google Books. And they'll find that the path leads not to a scientific certainties, but a joyous embrace of uncertainty. For these readers, Nourishment will be like walking along a brush track, deeply engaged in conversation with their knowledgeable guide, in the expectation of being taken to a comfortable hotel at the day's end. But as night starts to fall and they start to take notice of their surroundings, they will find themselves in the middle of a vast, wild mountain valley, no dwelling to be seen. The guide happily announces that this is the destination and he'll be off, thanks. Others, perhaps in the minority, will welcome the emptiness and find it welcoming. Like their guide, they might intuit that emptiness, offering no foothold for interpretations of the past or expectations of the future, is all possibility. In the end, you have the sense of Fred looking at himself, seeing a brief spark of improbable life set within the imponderable wheelings and unfoldings of galaxies, awestruck and grateful for the chance to be a particle of the universe observing itself. I think for me, Matt captured what the book was about better than anyone has. And so it's that kind of flavor I tried to build into this conversation today, and what I'll present to you. And so that's the intent of it all. And as I mentioned early on, to make it a conversation. So there are several natural breaking points as we go through the material. Let's just see how far we get. Here are the 5 sections that are in the presentation today. And as far as I'm concerned, you can be free, and that means you and Susan and Steve also, to ask questions or to interject thoughts anywhere along the way. I very much like interaction as opposed to talking head. But I'll naturally break at each of these sections too for comments, for questions, for discussion. So with that by way of background, is there anything, Steve, or you'd like to add, Susan, or just launch in?
Sure, let's start off with the kind of issue of a kind of a holism of looking at the transcendent side of things, like, for example, each being a part of the whole of the universe, versus looking at the levels of self, like the brainstem and autonomic systems, and then the emotional, motivational, and all the way up through ego and transcendence within a person, and that there's some kind of a integrity involved in integrating all those levels, both as a person within oneself and as a person integrating into the world around us. And I'm curious as to how you see the difference between humans with we might say spiritual and ego-driven mechanisms that may not be part of other animal species, and how to recognize things like cravings as being potential addiction mechanisms versus, for example, a real communication from your subconscious mind or your autonomic nervous system that you really need something that you're craving.
Yes, good point to begin with. It made me, when you were talking about, the different facets of the universe and our connections, made me think of Arthur Koestler's notion of the holon, and how, holons within holons within holons, from subatomic particles out to the universe, and each of us is a part of that. And I love that idea. And as we go through the presentation, I'll really try to make that come alive as we go. I couldn't agree more with what you were talking about there, Steve. When it comes to observing other animals and how they behave, my wife and I have some chickens now. We've been around a lot of different wild domestic animals and worked with them, but never chickens. And it's just been a joy to each early morning and evening, we go out and we quote herd chickens. We turn them out of their coop and let them go. And just observing what other creatures do. We find it in these chaotic times very calming and centering for us just to watch them be chickens, and we've got 2 ducks with them. So how animals behave and why they behave, and then how they may or may not be similar to humans and what we do, is I'm going to really dive into that as we get into these sections on dancing with the wisdom of the body and savoring the artist's palate, and then grappling with uncertainty. I'm going to we'll really dive into those, to everything that you raised there. So that's, that's where I want to go with this. I really do. And to me, I don't know each person's background that's here today, how much you're interested in wild and domestic animals versus human beings. But what I tried to do in the book was to draw out, compare and contrast, parallels and so forth between the animals that we studied for 40 years and human beings. So we'll really, your questions were just dead on to where I want to go as we go through this,
Go for it.
Okay. So let's start out with dining with change. And just a little background. Early on in my career, as an undergraduate, but especially as a graduate student, I was grappling with, what's something that you can hold on to, listening to all these professors talk about one thing or another in ecology and range science, which had to do with plant communities and domestic animals, and grappling for what's something that you can hold on to. And I remember coming back from a meeting with 2 profs, and I was sitting there in the pickup as we drove back, and I was thinking, really the only thing that you can hold on to is change. That's about the only thing that you can say anything about is change. So let me start with that. And, this idea that the only constant in life is change. The world is constantly changing, yet I think often we tend to think of change as anomalous, a sort of transitory disruption in a normally constant world. Even Albert Einstein was reluctant to accept change when he introduced what he called the cosmological constant into the general theory of relativity. What that amounted to was a refusal to accept change as the guiding principle structuring the evolution of the universe, this expanding universe. And it was, as he later recounted, the greatest blunder he ever made in his career. On a more local scale here on Earth, floods, fires, hurricanes, tornadoes, and droughts, which are becoming ever more prevalent under changing climatic conditions. When great volcanoes erupt, knocking down trees, covering the earth with a layer of volcanic ash for miles around, we think how strange it is that nature should misbehave so. It is, we tell ourselves, a momentary lapse, a kind of geological tantrum. Soon our old planet will regain its composure, its sameness. But the truth is, it's only our short tenure on Earth that deludes us. Our time here is too short to see continents crash together and tear apart. Mountains rise and fall, vast oceans become deserts, climates warming and cooling endlessly, and plant and animal species coming and going like the ever-changing colors and shapes of a kaleidoscope. Change then isn't the exception to the rule, it's the only rule. Any individual, any social group, any species, if it is to survive, has got to be able to cope with change. So one can ask then, well, how well do we do? And I want to take a minute and just reflect on companies, civilizations, and species to point out that nothing does last. I was looking recently at lifetime of companies, and the average life of an S&P 500 company has actually shrank over the last 50 years. By over 50 years in the last century, from 67 years in the 20s to 15 years today. Small businesses, what I was looking at, said they typically last 8 years, no more, before they either go extinct or morph into something else. Human civilizations have lifetimes too. We often think of the Roman Empire lasting for 1,000 years, and And some of the Chinese empires actually have lasted much longer. And Confucius, who I'll talk about if we get there later in the presentation, was very instrumental in some of the length of the lifetimes of Chinese civilizations. But I read several books as I was preparing Nourishment, and one of them, this short little book, Immoderate Greatness, Why Civilizations Fail, by William Uffless, I thought was very interesting. And he points out what he was doing in this book is simply summarizing many, many books that he had read on this topic. And he said, human civilizations typically last for 10 generations, or roughly 250 years, and they evolve through 5 stages. And I'm not going to take the time to try to give all the flavor of that, but I'll simply say that as I was reading his book and others, I was just struck by thinking about my short 70 years here on this planet and what has happened in the United States and these different stages. And I thought about old people that I knew who were born at the turn of the century and what they used to talk about. And these stages came so alive to me, from pioneers to commerce to affluence to this intellect stage. I think that all the time as I'm reviewing all these manuscripts for special issues of journals, quantity trumps quality. And not to be the big critic, but you know, there's so much that's being produced of papers, my goodness, we're buried in them. And I'm not sure that the quality, that there's hugely new things being contributed. And then the decadence, corrupt, unjust society. And I just couldn't help but think we've gone through those stages as a country, and we're there. When I was reading him, we're in that last stage. And not to say that's good or bad. It is what it is. Go ahead.
I was going to say it cycles back again, and so for the next pioneering phase, the decadence age has to end. Right,
exactly. And I think that's the way that I view these things anyway. It's all a part of what we might call births and deaths or unending transformations. I think that's it. And
what is the decadence of life? I'm sorry, I missed that. I stepped out.
No, go ahead.
I just want to know what the decadence of life meant.
The decadence part. Well, just, think about all the corruption and what's happening in society nowadays anyway. The lying, cheating, thieving, the kind of corruptness, the general corruptness that gets into a society, where there's a lack of integrity. I don't know if you have that experience, but I could tell so many tales just here in the last couple of years. But just that there seems like this integrity, when I was a young child, the old people there seemed to be such an integrity, and your handshake was your word, and there was no lying. Nowadays, my goodness, the ways people take one another for, I don't know. Anyway, it's that whole.
Oh, okay. I'm experiencing that. Yeah, a lot. The integrity part. Yes, changes need to.
Yes. Yeah. No, that's what he's talking about, is just how society becomes so lack of honesty and decency and integrity and respect for one another.
Yes.
All those kinds of things. That's what he's talking about. And
okay. I could relate to that, yeah.
Let me provide another potential example of that, which would be, for example, personal consumption of goods and foods and pleasure and entertainment and things like that. Decadence would be getting sucked into all of that at the cost of your own life and health and welfare and that of the people around you.
Amen. That's a really nice way to say it. I'm tempted to give examples, but of the things that are happening in our life right now. But I'll let those go. I think we're on the same page. That's it, And of course, when you're reading a book, and this book can be read in a night or two. Honestly, it's just so short and tight, but it comes alive, and then you start reflecting in your own life, and you think, "Oh my gosh, yes, I get all that. And then he goes on to talk about we reach biophysical limits, and now we can think, you know, ecologically with everything from pandemics to changing climates to, oh my gosh, what's happening with you know, crashes of populations of species from insects and fishes to birds and mammals. So he talks about the limits that we reach ecologically, economically, our use of natural resources, socially, the kind of thing you just mentioned, Steve, regard to one another, the haves and the have-nots, and you know, and then there's another school of thought too that emphasizes this idea of excessive complexity, that the levels of complexity become so great that we simply aren't able to deal with them. The human consciousness and mind and stuff reaches a point where it can no longer really functionally deal with the excessive complexity, and things become so polarized and paralyzed. And I often think about Washington, D.C. and Congress and all that's going on, that just the inability to, the complexity overwhelms the system. And so you have then this human error, practical failure, moral decay, and then you have the collapse. And then, as you were pointing out, Steve, it's
a rebirth.
It's a rebirth. It's a rebirth. And so we're experiencing that. And you know, I think what I try to keep in mind is it's amazing, like that old Chinese saying, may you live in interesting times. Boy, we're in them. I mean, it's amazing. But I try, and not that I always do it, but I try to think, you know, it's just such a blink that we're here, and this experience, it's the experience of being alive. And it's wonderful, you know, the horrors, beauties, wonders, deep mysteries of it all. And so play the game, huh? Participate in the game. So that's some of the flavor of what he talks about. And one of the points he made that is so striking to me is this. He said, you know, historically, the consequences of a failed civilization were catastrophic for that particular local society and its inhabitants, but they weren't fatal to Homo sapiens as a species. And now, given that we are so interconnected, one with the next, and climate change to me is a perfect example. You know, what we all do matters to every one of us on the globe. And so the destinies of people worldwide are so linked now, ecologically, economically, and socially. And it seems the challenge to me anyway, and your thoughts, I'm welcome, but you know, can we pull together as a species? We're so tribal in our nature, you know. Can we pull together as a species to address some of the questions and to do that? You know, the answers to these questions are a mystery time will reveal, and however that goes. But it seems like that's the enormous challenge. And I want to end on that note. If we get there today, I really want to come back to this in that last stage, fading into mystery. It's really about these kind of issues, and in a sense that you talked, Steve, to earlier in some of your broader statements. So we'll come back to this, but these are questions that Athlas you know, really kind of comes to an end of his book on is, you know, these are the challenges. Are we up to it as a species? Can we transcend the boundaries that we create? Which is really where I want to go. I see your head shaking a little bit.
I think some people will, but not everybody. But this is the kind of stuff that I'm really focusing on myself. And I'm thinking about the young folks, because a lot of them don't have the perspective that comes with age and, you know, accumulating a lot of information. And so, you know, I just really try and share information more with the young folks than anybody.
Meryl, I think that's so important. I think that's something that we older folks can do, huh? And have I certainly have an opportunity every day. And it's one of the things I enjoy the most is being a cheerleader, helping in whatever way, whether that's writing proposals, writing papers. My wife and I have had the opportunity here this summer to meet Yvonne and Melinda Chenard, founders of Patagonia. And if you know them and know their mission, you know, it's so much this way. And so they've come up here to Ennis, Montana to visit with us a few weeks ago, and they were just here yesterday afternoon. And so we're brainstorming about how, you know, all these kind of issues of the day. And I'm starting to work with some of the young folks at Patagonia related to issues that they're dealing with as part of the company. But it's such an opportunity for us, and it's nice to feel that you're actually wanted at this point in the game too, right? That I mean, that you can engage and be a cheerleader for younger people and try to help in whatever way we can, right?
Yes, and also to, you know, when you're older, theoretically, you have a better understanding of your own foibles, so that you can then see more easily how we get sucked into things like blame or rationalization or other kinds of ways that we have for dealing with the world that make us feel comfortable, but can lead us down a blind path.
I think that's so true too, you know, and I always respected that as a young person in the older people that I was around, that little town that I talked about in Nourishment, Salida. It really was like an extended family, and the older people, I always really appreciated listening to them. I don't know, somehow you just knew that that lifetime of experience that came to them through living, not through books or anything else, through living was so valuable. And I see that in young people that I interact with now. They're so eager, and it's wonderful. It's wonderful to have those kind of transgenerational linkages, I think. It's a wonderful thing. Okay, I love that this conversation. This is what I like, honestly.
Let it roll.
I love this. So then we can go on from, so we started with businesses and how long do they last? Not so long. And then we went to civilizations and how long they typically last. And now we can talk too, and this I found very interesting as I went along in my career, to learn about the lifetimes of species, that plants and animals as a species have lifetimes of, you know, from a few million to several million years. Obviously there's a wide range there, but you know that they don't last forever either. And I was amazed when I would read that, you know, 99% of the species that have been here on Earth are now extinct. Throughout their lifetimes, they move about the planet as climates change. You know, in this discipline I was brought up in, and in ecology, I think, we tended back in the early days, and maybe now, to focus on, you know, well, how were things when European man came here to the country? As though they had always been that way and would always be that way. I really saw that. But that view, I think, has changed. Here's a book, wonderful book by a Canadian ecologist, D.C. Pellew, long retired now. It's After the Ice Age, Return of Life to Glaciated North America. It's a wonderful, wonderful account. If you think that species aren't dynamic and that they aren't moving around the globe, plant and animal species both, read that book and she makes it come alive, how the glaciers were covering. You know, it's only been the last, up to 20,000 years ago, had incredible glaciations. The glaciers we're in an interglacial now. Glaciers have melted, but, you know, in theory, longer term, we'll go back into a glaciation. Regardless, though, you get this sense of the dynamism of species moving about the planet. And I used to think, you know, in the disciplines I was in, we interpret snapshots of times past as, quote, the way things always were and always should be. There was this attempt to, you know, well, what was the vegetation growing? This is along the Green River in Wyoming. What was the vegetation that was there prior to European settlement? That's what should always be there. And it misses this dynamic that it's just a snapshot of moving target. And I used to tease my colleagues I'd say, well, if we'd been here when species now that we consider to be native were invading, what would we have done? And they'd get a grin on their face because, well, we'd have tried to get rid of them, wouldn't we? That's what we do. We try to get, it's not native.
Yeah, there's a great example of the earthworm moving north into various forests in, I think it's, can't remember if it's Canada or New England, where certain native forests are failing because the earthworms have now reached that area and are changing the ecology of the soil.
No, that I know of that too, Steve. That's absolutely the case, and that's a part of the world. You're right. You know, and if you want to think of invasive species, human beings are the most invasive species on the planet. If you want to get right there, I mean, and again, none of this is critique. It's to me, it's try to reflect. I mean, we've moved all over the place from Africa. We really. So yesterday's invasive species are tomorrow's new natives, are today's new natives and tomorrow's relics. Again, this idea of dynamism, you know, of the movement of things. And that's not to say, and I'll get into this as we go on, that we don't want to try to manage in ways that are healthy for creatures below ground, above ground, and the whole system. And I'm not saying that, but just this idea of dynamism is, I think, so central. So I used to say then things never were the way they were, and they never will be again. I'm one that really buys into this idea, not of a deterministic universe. Einstein's view that and others, that if we understood all the parts and all the interactions, we'd be able to predict everything that's going to happen to everything throughout life. I'm much more of a quantum kind of guy, that uncertainty and then that enables creativity in terms of relationships. So I think, to me, endless creativity in the physical universe is a real, but it comes at a cost. The price of admission is endless transformation. So this idea that you've been saying nicely, Steve, and, you know, from death comes life and endless transformation. And that's, you know, that's in the physical world, but it's in the mythologies too, the Eastern mythology, so much that. So, you know, this idea here, I was reading an article recently about constants in physics. You know, some things, these change occurs, but underneath it, there's a constancy. And energy and matter are one. You know, energy and matter and ceaselessly changing forms one to the next, as, you know, Einstein taught us back when, equals mc squared. So solar energy arrives on Earth and becomes matter in the form of green leaves, creating the food we eat and uses fuel for our thought. What is this mind of ours? What are these atoms with consciousness? Asked the late Richard Feynman. Last week's potatoes, huh? It's that connectedness again, huh? And to me, we'll go as we go later, I see everything as conscious. I feel that that's really, I've written some papers since we spoke, Susan, about different issues related to that, and plant consciousness. But so now to kind of bring this to this part of introduction to in the Tao, say, if you realize that all things change, there's nothing you will try to hold on to. If you aren't afraid of dying, there's nothing you can't achieve. I think of Yvon Chouinard and our conversations yesterday. You know, he pioneered, I didn't know a lot of this. I'm learning more about Patagonia and Yvon, but he pioneered many climbing techniques back in the day. He's famous for some of the climbing technique, and in Yosemite, El Capitan, they were some of the first people that had to develop whole ways from blacksmith things to, but he talks about being on the edge and that climbing, and that, you know, his fear of death went away because he was so close to death so many times. He was not afraid anymore, and he's not afraid now at 82, you know. And we talked about transformation and you know, yesterday as and some of our mutual friends like the Craigheads. If you're a wildlife biologist, you know of the Craigheads and their work in Yellowstone National Park with grizzly bears and so many different things that they did back in the 50s and 60s. And he was talking about these Craighead brothers are identical twins, John and Frank. They're both dead now, but he said Frank ended up with Alzheimer's where John did not. And he was talking about the last time he saw Frank, he took him fishing and he put him on his back and carried him to a hole where he liked to fish. He had Parkinson's and could hardly go. And he was talking about transformation. Trying to control the future is like trying to take the master carpenter's place. When you handle the master carpenter's tools, chances are that you'll cut yourself. Now that's in there because when we go later on in the conversation, I see this movement in what's we talked about so much yesterday with Yvonne and Melinda of regenerative ag as a movement away from this industrial mindset back to trying to understand the processes of nature. How does nature work and how can we come to work with nature? And I think there's so much we've tried to take the master carpenter's tools into our hands and we're bleeding everywhere right now would be a view I would say. And at least in the regenerative ag and some of the movements now, there's very much this trying to understand the processes of nature and how can we work with them? How can, you know, that we're members of nature's communities, what we do to them, we do to ourselves, that kind of view. So that little quote's in there because I want to come back and really talk about some of those ideas and what people are doing. And probably you're all familiar with that, but I think it'd be really good for us to come back to that. I often think we resist change by declaring wars and fighting battles against anything that threatens the constancy under the guise of saving the world. And again, I'm not being the big critique or blaming, but we declare war on everything, right? The war on climate, the war to end all wars, invasive species, the wars on that.
And now we're declaring a war on humanity itself because humans, by their tendency to want to blame other people, even blame themselves, now consider most of the ecological change that may be, in fact, the prequel to the next ice age, which should be happening right now, based on our scientific evidence, that because we are blaming that on mankind instead of on a natural cycle of life, we may end up doing massive damage where if we were just accepting, it wouldn't happen that way.
Yes, I'm on the same page as you with what you're saying, Steve. Absolutely. So, you know, to me, this kind of background, I think, is so valuable just to reflect as we're reflecting and as you're reflecting on all of these things. I think to declare war, and you just said it, Steve, we focus myopically on an enemy, ignoring the interdependent and ever-changing nature of reality, right? I think you captured that. And I often think there really is nothing to save, just the self grasping for power, control, and permanence in a universe of impermanence. Huh? So just
well, yeah, but we have to, acknowledge on some level that emergent phenomena are just as much of a reality as the second law of thermodynamics, which suggests that things are going to decay into chaos, and yet, we have all this emerging phenomena happening where. We have life, and then we have feedback systems, and then we have consciousness. And so all of these things that emerge are intrinsically unpredictable from the perspective of the previous level.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's the beauty of the whole thing, right? So what keeps life interesting. Do you ever see that movie Pleasantville?
Yes.
Yeah, that was the whole point in there, right? That's absolutely it, and that's what keeps the whole thing challenging and challenges and opportunities and so forth. It's a wonderful, wonderful opera in that sense, right? We never know what's the next. Absolutely, and that's where I got so interested as we went along in my career on self-organizing systems and emergent properties. It just seemed like that's so what we're seeing, what it is, and the inability to predict, as you said. So
it's also an issue, though, of a personal growth that as we get older and see more wisdom, that there's an emergent phenomena that's just associated with wisdom in a human.
I think that's true. And I think this is another topic I'd like to, if we have the time to talk about. I so agree with you. And I think the trials that we face in life transform us. At least that was my experience. Some of the, you know, in my case, from depression to cancer to letting go of things, I never looked at the world the same way after that. And I think that's part of that aging that you talk, right? If you're around long enough. Our daughter right now, she's really undergoing one of these. I was tempted to mention something earlier with the lack of decency, the way people treat one another, and some of what's happened to her recently. But, you know, with the shutdown in LA and everything, she's lost her work, she's lost where she lived, and she is undergoing a huge transformation. And it's very challenging for her. But I think in the end, and I try to be nice in talking with, she's going to be a different person, and she's going to come alive in a way that's like you're trying to say, Steve. I'm not certain what's a good word to say for that. You know, I just, for me, I never looked at the world the same way after all those, after the trials. And I think that's part of the life. I really want to come back to that. That's in that last section of this, and talk about some of those ideas that you're raising.
I see a lot of that in people, for example, who have recovered from addictions, where they pull themselves, you know, they end up face down in the gutter, and they pull themselves out, and it transforms their lives. And they look back at that and say, that was one of the best things that could have happened to me.
Amen to that, boy. And that's exactly what I've said so many times on those things, but it's nothing you'd volunteer for, right? I mean,
not when it's happening.
Sign me up for that one. That sounds like a good time. We'll come back to that for sure. You know, we'll come if we have the time. That's something I find so interesting, the points that you're raising. So, you know, old ideas, all compounded things are impermanent, like a star, an optical illusion or a flame, a magical illusion, a dewdrop or a bubble. Like a dream, a flash of lightning or a cloud, so should one consider all compounded things. My father lived to be 95 years old, and I can relate more and more to some of the things he used to say in his last years. He'd sometimes get reminiscing about when we kids were younger, and he'd say, it's like I dreamed it. It's not like it was ever real. It's like it was a dream. And I think that a lot anymore too. It's like it was a dream, a wonderful dream. But even the hard times, I think you look back, I do anyway, and think, you know, that's amazing to be here. And I feel that about all that's happening now. You know, just this is the experience of being alive, the experience of being alive. So this will end this. I used to ponder when we were there in the backwoods looking at the night sky, you know, I am without beginning or end, really unfathomable. As a young child, I used to lay in bed at night and think, you know, what would nothing be? If nothing were, what would nothing be? How is, you know, I mean, these imponderables, right? At least to do this mind them. But I can neither be created nor destroyed. I change form endlessly. A life, a civilization, a species, a universe, ever-changing verses in the language of I am, origins of I am, beyond all categories of thought. So here's where we are, huh? And it's wonderful. Let me take a minute now and just, so against this background of change then, and it'll move us toward some of the topics that I think people are interested in talking about related to comparative food selection, nutrition, and health in these next sections. So creatures are challenged to transform then as environments change. Populations, species have got to transform. And of course, Darwin came up with amazing theory related to plants and animals, all life on this planet. Species change as genes with survival value are passed to the next generation. And certainly that's as valid today as it was when he talked about that. These ideas, in my mind anyway, of selection, of natural selection. I think though, in my education on evolution and at least in the early days, it tended to take a kind of a rigid view. And I wanna put ideas out that are far, I think, more in sync with the way things are looked at now, not such a rigid view of things. And I want to make a point all the way through this that organisms aren't just genes, animals aren't machines, and genes aren't destiny. Organisms are, and this includes plants as well, they're creating relationships with what they deem are the relevant facets of the social and biophysical worlds that they inhabit. To me, that's been one of the most amazing things, and I added a couple of more slides, Susan, as I went along, to just try to give examples of that. When we watch these chickens, and I won't bore you with the examples now, but how they learn about their environment and how they innovate in that environment. It's amazing if you just follow them around and watch a little bit what they do. You realize they're not machines, they're figuring things out, and it's unique to the environment. And so a chicken right here in our little place is going to be different from a chicken down the road, is different from another one, and same for all of these creatures. I want to show you a little video that makes a point about these kind of relationships. This is an oyster catcher, by the way. You may or may not have had an idea where that was going to end with that oyster catcher, but it's these kind of things that I think are so fascinating about animals, of how they create relationships with the environments that they inhabit. And so how did that oyster catcher figure out to use a piece of bread to fish? Those are the kind of things that I watched animals do over the years, and just exactly how that transpires, I'm not sure on the cases I've watched, but I'm going to give you examples as we go along, and how that became functionally significant for those animals and their populations to be able to survive. And then that becomes a part of the culture of the creatures. It's a cultural part of things, and that's not written into their DNA that they would do those kind of things necessarily. So, you know, we say nature abhors a vacuum. I think what nature abhors is sameness. Nature fills vacuums with individuals, and no two are alike. It's amazing to think about what I just said to me. No two individuals in a species have ever been alike on this planet. No two alike. Why is that? Well, in this book, The Triple Helix, Lewontin really, it's a short book, Gene, Organism, and Environment. But he makes the point about, you know, you've got genes as a part of what's going on. And they're, as we know, interacting with environments to create organisms. But then he adds what he calls noisy development, and gives such wonderful examples of how that takes place at a molecular level. Noisy development is what quantum physicists talk about as chance. the role of chance in the development of organisms in the womb, early in their developmental processes. And so you have not only genes plus environment, you have genes plus environment plus chance. So as I pointed out in the book, if a creature was conceived under identical conditions of genes and environment over and over again, they still wouldn't be born the same creature, because chance is playing a role at the molecular level, just as it is in quantum. And that's a creativity that's in those systems. And it means, and I didn't put in a bunch of slides of this, but during the last 20 years of my career, we made a point with every paper we wrote to point out the amount of variation among individuals in the studies that we had. You know, in science, you're looking for means, and are the means of one population different from another in your study? And that tends to make things look more uniform than they really are. When you look at the range of variability, it comes over and over again how no two of these creatures are alike, you know? And in his book, Biochemical Individuality, Roger Williams, and he published the first draft of this in the mid-50s, years ago. It says, the key to understanding what shapes your health, the basis for the genotropic concept. And it says, a timeless classic that links the diversity in our anatomy and body chemistry to our unique nutritional needs. And over and over and over again, he talks about how uniqueness in morphology and physiology, and how that leads to uniqueness in behavior. You know, we know that each of us, one of us is so unique. We can be identified by our fingerprint. A bloodhound can track us by our odors. And as he points out, if we were to look inside of our bodies, we would see how absolutely different we are in terms of our form and function. I'll talk a bit more about that as I go along with some of the material today, just in some of the studies we did, and showing how the environment where an individual was raised really changes form and function and behavior of individual. And then beyond that, as we're saying, this whole role that chance can play in that. So I think so revealing. And then you start to think about, we make recommendations for nutrition and health based upon the average individual, right? But there is no such thing as an average individual. Everyone is unique. Going back to a point that you made that will come to strongly, Steve, that means then trying to tie into the wisdom of one's own body becomes very, very important, because each one of us is unique, and recognizing that uniqueness, and then how do you, as you raise those questions, so relevant questions, how do you figure out who you even are and work from that? Again, I want to come back to that. I sound like I'm putting everything off, but I just kind of looking ahead to where I'd like to go with these kind of ideas. This whole field of epigenetics, I think, it is so timely and so related then to what we're talking about. If you don't know about epigenetics, it's really heritable changes in gene expression, excuse me, caused by mechanisms other than changes in the DNA sequence. So what we're talking about is that genes are being expressed as a function of the interaction with the environment. And as those interactions change, which genes are expressed, the degrees in which they're expressed, all that becomes unique to the individual in their environment. If a person isn't familiar with this area of epigenetics, there's a wonderful Nova special that was produced, over 10 years ago now, titled Ghost in Your Genes. It's just a marvelous, marvelous, as Nova specials typically are, a marvelous 50-some minute description of what epigenetics is, with marvelous, marvelous examples. It'll ground you so well in what that is. And it's a hugely important and area in plant and animal research nowadays, this idea of genes being expressed. So genes really aren't destiny in that sense. Genes are being expressed as a function of this temporal and spatial dynamics in these environments, and better enabling animals to be able to survive in the environments that they're inhabiting. I'll give examples of this as we go along from the standpoint of food selection. And
yeah, it's kind of a play on Arthur Kessler's The Ghost and the Machine too, the series. But I can also provide an example of how genetics and epigenetics plays out in terms of brain development. At some point in prenatal brain development, there's a way in which neurons broadcast across the brain. And the neurons will send out these dendrites and axons that'll grow across the brain. And then that's somewhat chaotic. Each time a neuron is growing across the brain, it has a chance to go, below another cell and change direction. There's a lot of chaos involved. And so this massive of unpredictability happens. And then at a later stage of development, those broadcast neurons are pruned based on whether or not they connected properly or not. And that pruning process takes place in humans after birth instead of before birth, as it is in all other animal species. And in children with Down syndrome, the ability of that pruning process to be directed goes awry because there's too much hydrogen peroxide in the brains of children with Down syndrome. And the ability of the brain to resist over pruning depends upon iron and selenium status. And your selenium status depends on where in the country you're born.
Yeah, that's fabulous example that pulls together many of the general ideas that we've been talking about, including the chaotic nature of that, and then the pruning as a function of the environment and the role nutrition plays. Perfect kind of example of that. Other comments or questions folks would like to add? Feel free as anything occurs to you. We're more than open, and as we said, we'll go however it goes. But for me, to have this kind of interaction is so much more rewarding than just to be sitting here talking. So to conclude this part, I think we should take our views of evolution beyond how organisms develop from earlier forms to include changes occurring within the lifetimes of the individuals. Individuals are involved in the world, which allows them to evolve with the world. It's relationships, about relationships and creativity in that sense. So that's the background section then, just a little bit of ideas on dining with change and some thoughts on that. Where I'd like to go next is to deal with both of these topics, dancing with the wisdom of the body and savoring the artist's palate. Before we do, are there any other thoughts that people would like to add on the dining with change section? I don't want to belabor it, but if people would like to add any thoughts, now's the time. We'll build on that section as we go all the way through here, and really the comments and discussion so far have set up these other stages in many ways that you'll see as we go on.
We don't have any accumulated questions, and
okay.
Nobody's raising their hand, so let me suggest that you go on.
Okay, perfect. So let's get in the here and now and talk about, imagine that you're an animal. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's an insect or a bird or livestock or large animal, whatever it is, there's challenges that creatures face in foraging. One of them from the standpoint of animals that eat plants, be that omnivores or herbivores, is simply getting the nutrients that you need, you know, not only energy and protein, but the various minerals and vitamins and so forth. And when you look across a plant community, and we know this from all the research that's been done on that, you know, each one of these plant species is going to differ one from the next in terms of its concentrations of nutrients. And so it's going to differ by species. It's going to differ by plant part. All of these things are differentiated. So one of the challenges, and where we started years ago, was simply saying, you know, can animals detect nutrients in plants? Do animals have the ability, given all this variability? You know, I mean, in a shot like this, there's going to be 50, 100, 150 species as you walk across there. Do animals have the ability to know what to select nutrient-wise? And in the days when we started our studies, you know, there was a sense that wildlife must have that ability, but domestic animals have lost it as a result of 10,000 years of domestication. They don't have it anymore. But we were raising the question. We wanted to. Then you come to toxins, and you know, every one of those plants out there is also going to have these compounds that can be considered to be toxic in plants. This is a picture in the spring of the year in the backwoods where we lived. This is a plant called locoweed, and it's just gorgeous in the spring. It actually turns the landscapes white. It looks like snow covering those landscapes. Beautiful. But that plant can be absolutely deadly to animals. Especially, and we'll get into this more, especially in that environment where we were, they would bring in animals. There's animals that are referred to as stalker animals. They're weaned from their mothers, and before they go into feedlots, they're put on different rangeland areas. And they would bring stalkers into this area, and they didn't know the range, they didn't know the plants or anything, and this plant could really be a challenge to them. It begins growth very early in the year before a lot of other plants are greening. And it's very, very nutritious, very nutritious. So animals love it. They love to eat it, high in energy and protein. The problem is it produces some alkaloids, some of these compounds called alkaloids, that adversely affect the brain. That's right. And so you have an immediate positive consequence, nutrients in the body, but you have this response that's delayed by weeks or months that leads to this condition that's called locoism, from killing neurons in the brain. So that's a challenge. All these plants have what can be considered to be toxins as well. So that makes the challenge even greater. It's not just that you have to get nutrients, it's that you have to somehow minimize your intake of toxins. And locoweed eaten in a few bites isn't a problem. It's if you eat that as the major part of your diet for several days. Beyond that, though, then it's this spatial and temporal variability. You know, locoweed, well, this is a plant called bistort, well, many plants here. But I put this slide in because, you know, a bistort plant growing right here is going to be different in terms of its nutrient and toxin concentrations from one growing over here, from one growing over here. The site, that is to say, the site where a plant's growing, the amount of moisture and nutrients and sunlight, we know that varies across landscapes, and that changes the nutrient and toxin concentrations of plants. So that was a third level of challenge that we saw. Are animals able to figure out, to track this in terms of the spatial dynamics, and then seasonally, or even within the day? We know that these nutrients as well as toxins vary in concentrations as you go from morning to afternoon. So it's just simply saying that you see an animal out there on a landscape foraging and it looks like nothing's going on maybe, but there are a huge number of challenges. And the question we wanted to address 45 years ago when we started on all this is, you know, do animals have the ability to do that? Or is, as some people say, foraging more of a random process, more just something that's random? And you know, and our question was, well, if so, how do they do that? And remember, over time, if you think over long time periods, before there were any nutritionists or pharmacists or veterinarians, animals were somehow figuring out how to make a living, right? They knew how to do that. So how did they do that in the absence of nutritionists, pharmacists, and veterinarians telling them what and what not to eat and where not to go? Nobody has to tell a bacterium, a wild insect, fish, bird, or mammal how to eat, develop, or replicate. They know how to do that. They've been successful at doing that. You know, given choices, even the, quote, lowly laboratory rat can rectify deficits of sodium, calcium, magnesium, amino acids by selecting appropriate diets if they're given appropriate choices. And I think this is really interesting nowadays. Rats rendered diabetic will select diets devoid of carbohydrates, consuming primarily protein and fat when they're given the opportunity. So well, that suggests there's a wisdom to the body of these animals. Now, I think often of the irony. People must be told by authority figures what and what not to eat, right? Like this old time, what to eat now. And it's forever changing, right? I want to come back to that in the uncertainty section of this. And the question I would raise for humans is much the same as nutritionists raised when we were starting our work on body wisdom. You know, is it that we lack the ability to identify and select nourishing diets, or has that ability been hijacked? And if it's been hijacked, how has it been hijacked? And then what can we do about that? Again, Steve, I think of questions you raised at the very beginning of this. That's where I'd like to go. Challenges humans face. And I'll come to this, but it's a challenge to try to figure out what's most nutritious nowadays. I'll talk more about that. When I think of local wheat over and over again, I think of all these highly processed foods, immediate positive consequence, delayed, very averse kind of consequences, from obesity and diabetes to various diet-related diseases. Steve, go ahead.
That would be one of the things that I would point on the out of control side of things, the influence of refined foods on our inborn tendencies to be attracted to things like fats and carbs. But on the other side, I would put native Africans' abilities to cultivate selenium-rich, like Zika nuts, for example, where they can tell that nuts are grown in selenium-rich soils that are concentrated in the nuts, and then they cultivate the nuts and they make nut butter out of them, which they consume over the course of the year to become immune to Ebola virus in that particular environment. And humans figured this out.
Yeah, it's amazing. And when you get into some of the literature, like you're referring to, it's amazing. It's wonderful, huh? I mean, it lets you know our ancestors figured so much out relative to their local environments. And boy, did we ever talk about that yesterday with Yvonne and Melinda, the Chenards, about how we ran over a bunch of that indigenous knowledge. We'll come back to that, but absolutely. And then you have the spatial and temporal variability. That's a challenge for us as well. You see those tomatoes in that picture and you wonder, well, how will they taste? Where were they raised? How will they taste? What's the variety? What's the environment? And I'm going to come back to each of these things in more detail, but just saying, we have a lot of challenges in our environment nowadays, and it relates back to this notion of, do we have the ability to identify and select nourishing diets, or has that ability been hijacked, is really the question that we'll come to related to all these sorts of things. And then this notion of, the obesity crisis, pandemic, and so forth, it gives us an opportunity as we go along to link back with some of these ideas and broaden out our discussion. So as we go, we'll do that. Let me start by with just a general statement. So to explore these topics, there are three facets here. And I begin by making, for the sake of argument, and you had to say that all animals, humans included, have the ability to select diets that meet their needs for nutrients and to self-medicate, both therapeutically and prophylactically. But those abilities depend on three mutually interdependent factors, kind of the legs of a stool. And if we break any one of those legs, wisdom can't be manifest. So first, and the first topic I'd like to get into today, animals must have access to wholesome foods. That's a challenge nowadays in many ways, but without that, there's no way. When herbivores have access to diverse arrays of plants, of native plants, they can learn to meet their nutritional and medicinal needs. And we spent 45, 50 years showing that over and over and over again. However, the more they are restricted, for instance, to a monoculture of grass, like here on the right, you know, this is great. This really is restricting. Or to feedlots, which is the worst yet, the less they're able to maintain health. And that, as we'll get into, and I know, Susan, you want me to talk about some of this, of those linkages that start to link. And yeah, it's going to be fun to get into that, but those linkages. And so then we attempt to lessen high rates of morbidity and mortality that occur with, for instance, antibiotics. And that leads to a whole bunch of consequences, whereas these plant communities are nutrition centers and pharmacies. Second, mother is a transgenerational link to landscapes. Her knowledge of what and what not to eat, where and where not to go to find appropriate foods throughout the year is absolutely essential in helping her offspring to get a start in life. As we'll talk about, her influence begins in the womb, flavors in the amniotic fluid of foods, continues at birth through flavors of foods in mother's milk, and she's a model when her offspring begin to forage. There's another part to it that I find very interesting. So mother adds stability, I would say, transgenerationally, but these young animals explore their environment as well. And so they can add an element of creativity. They can bring new knowledge into the group. I just wrote a paper with one of my friends and colleagues in Israel. It's just been published on culture. We're arguing that goats have culture. They meet all the requirements that people who study culture would argue for culture. And as one part of that paper, we were talking about the dynamism and the evolution of culture in these goat societies. And so it's an ongoing creativity in that sense. Third, and the last topic that I would cover on this part of things is to argue that palatability is more than a matter of taste. You know, when we first got onto that, and I will talk about it, it really blew my mind to think that palatability it is taste, but it was more than that. That liking for food is being mediated by feedback from cells and organ systems as a function of their need. The brain has certain needs, the heart, the liver, the muscles, and the microbiome as well. But I want to make it not, you know, we're so focused now on the microbiome, and for good reason. It's wonderful what's happening, but it's not just the microbiome. It's all these systems are responding to their needs, which are met by nutrients, energy, protein, minerals, and vitamins. And the tens of thousands of other compounds that I've been alluding to that these plants produce, phenolics, terpenes, alkaloids, and so forth, that in moderate amounts we're coming to appreciate more and more promote health. I'll refer to the nutrients and these other compounds often as phytochemicals. I'll say, you know, plant chemicals. That's the collection of all that. And these so-called secondary compounds being so critical in all of that. So let's explore those things, and let's start with this idea of let feed be thy medicine. So this would be feed in the sense of livestock or herbivores, whatever would be. And I want to start with the food for thought here that 45 years ago when we were down in southern Utah working with goats. This is a view of the landscape down there. You know, my idea when I was starting to graduate school was to work with goats, but I wanted to work with mountain goats in the high Rocky Mountains. I didn't think that it would be so interesting to work with domestic goats on a monoculture of blackbrush, basically. But I learned so much, as I wrote in the book, by watching those goats. But, you know, I was a graduate student working on the project, and we were using these goats to prune this shrub in the winter. When they eat it during the winter, that stimulates new growth. If there's moisture in the spring of the year, these new twigs grow like mad. And we knew that these new twigs were higher in energy and protein and minerals. That was shown. And we thought, you know, if we use winter pruning by goats, we can make that better habitat for wildlife species that were down there, as well as for cattle that were wintered on those landscapes. That was the idea. But what we found out is that goats, most goats, 80 to 90%, there's another 10 to 20%, this isn't true what I'm saying, but for 80 to 90% of them, they didn't want to eat the current season's growth. They strongly preferred the older woody twigs to the new growth. So that was mind-boggling to us. Why didn't they do that? When my wife and I had spent 3 months in 100 to 110 degree temperatures, building fences, setting up these 6 pastures for the goats. We put them down there. We knew some places where there was some new growth, where a tree had been struck by lightning and all this new growth in the black brush around it. We were down there only a few days, and we said, let's push the goats over and watch them eat all this new growth that's better for them. One goat took 1 bite. That was it. They wouldn't touch it. We let them go. They went off and ate it. So why is that? Why, if they have nutritional wisdom, why would they do that? I remember going back to Utah State University after that winter and telling my sainted professors, and I mean that literally, I loved them all, and toxicologists, nutritionists, I said, you know, the goats, this is what we're seeing. And they said, well, I guess that just goes to show that domestic animals don't have a bit of nutritional wisdom, doesn't it? I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it, but I didn't know what to say. At that time, there was nothing I could argue. It's like, well, on the surface, this looks like you're right, but there must be something more going on. So anyway, we'll go into that. Tying with this idea of regenerative agriculture and the value of that, I would like to start by simply acknowledging a point and making a point that, you know, plants turn dirt into soil, and diverse arrays of plants turn soil into homes for herbivores, carnivores, and omnivores below and above ground. I think that notion of diversity and what that means is just enormously important in terms of regenerative ag and the movement away from monocultures, the movement away from the kind of industrial ag model. And I'm, again, not trying to be the big critic. I understand about the Green Revolution and the intent of folks at that time and what they were wanting to do. But I really can relate to what's being talked about from a regenerative standpoint, the value of diversity, and some of the things we'll go more into. But this is just a starting point. And this idea, this important idea, Susan, that relates to one of the things that we talked about when we did the interview and that you've mentioned, of how that diverse array of plants starts to scale up as we go on in terms of health of animals, livestock I'm thinking about, and then human health as well. I think that's really interesting and important. So landscapes with diverse arrays of plants, then I see them as nutrition centers and pharmacies with this vast array of phytochemicals. And to me, you know, when I was a young undergrad, ecology was a young discipline actually in those days. It was just getting its feet on the ground. But even then, they talked about the importance of diversity and resiliency, and diversity, diversity, diversity. And I understood the words. But Steve, relating to some of what you said, as you get older and older and older, I so have seen so many examples of the value of that throughout my life now. It's just like, oh yes, of course. It's just, it is fundamentally important to health. And so I think nothing is more important for health through nutrition than landscapes with a variety of foods for creatures above and below ground, for all creatures. And you know, we know below ground too, you have these suites of herbivores, omnivores, and carnivores. They're all doing same kind of relationships below ground that we're seeing above ground. And that's such an active and important area for research nowadays.
We also have a thing with humans being omnivores, that there are times when we're more of an herbivore, there are times when we're more of a carnivore, and then there are other times when we're fasting by necessity. And as a culture, we don't do that anymore.
That's right. That's right. And I like what you said, and I hope I'm not putting words in your mouth, but in the papers that we're writing nowadays, and I'm happy to share some of those, are just being published. We're sure trying to make a point that there's value in both plant and animal foods for most humans. I mean, maybe you have some out on the one tail of the curve that are mainly carnivorous and some herbivorous, but for most humans, there's really value that comes from having both plant and animal material in the diet. And we'll go into that more as we go along, but
I was also suggesting that it's not just an issue of plant and animal, but it's an issue of mobility and variability, and there's seasonal influences and influences based on altitude and climate, and whether or not we find food when we're foraging versus not finding food when we're foraging. And the adaptability of a human is largely based on that. The power of our adaptability is based on the degree to which those mechanisms are stressed on a regular basis.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And then hence your point on fasting as well, right? That used to be a very important part of cultures, and that historically could be imposed by the landscapes, as you're saying, right? What's available seasonally, and we've.
So I have a quick question. So when ruminants are grazing, are they also eating insects to any substantial degree that would really add to their diet?
You know, it depends on the nutritional state. It relates really to Steve's question. Mary, your question relates to Steve's very nicely. It depends on the nutritional state. If nutritional state is adequate, you won't find them eating much in the way of insects or mammals per se, but I didn't include that here, but I know of many, many examples. And I'm thinking of a paper written by a friend and colleague in Canada titled Carnivorous Herbivores, Carnivorous Herbivores. And as she goes through the paper, she points out that when animals become deficient in certain nutrients, they will turn to carnivory. And what's in my mind right now is a study that was done in the Netherlands where they had cattle that were restricted to bottomlands, other cattle that were restricted to uplands, and then a third set of cattle that could choose between the bottomlands and the uplands. As it turns out, if animals could only live in the bottomlands, they became deficient in phosphorus. If they had a choice or if they were in the uplands, the plants were adequate in terms of phosphorus. So what happened then, the cattle, and this fabulous photograph that my friend sent me of a cow with a big rabbit in its mouth, you know, they started to eat rabbits out there on those landscapes. That was the way that they were getting their phosphorus. And so I did throw in an example with nitrogen, but yeah, they can turn to carnivory. Lemmings, eating eggs, licking urine patches. I'm going to give you an example of goats eating wood rat houses. So when diet becomes inadequate, they'll start to sample. They'll start to try all kinds of new and unusual things. When we were doing studies on phosphorus and ability to self-select minerals as a function of deficits. One of the studies we did was with phosphorus, and we had sheep in individual pens that were adjacent to one another, and we had randomly assigned them to pens, animals that were in the phosphorus deficient diet and animals that were on the phosphorus adequate diet. And as we were going along in the study, we were monitoring phosphorus levels in the blood of the animals, and we couldn't get the phosphorus levels in the animals on the deficient diet to drop, and we couldn't understand it, what was going on, until we went out there and just started to watch what they were doing throughout the day. You know where the ones that were supposed to be deficient were getting their phosphorus? They were sticking their heads through the panels into the pens of the ones that were on the adequate diet and eating their feces. They were eating the feces of the animals that were on the phosphorus replete diet, and that was keeping their phosphorus level adequate. So obviously we had to separate the groups to finish the study, but it just illustrated, and they started to eat dirt as well. And we had never had an issue with any of that at our research facility until we made them phosphorus deficient, because they were always on an adequate diet. So it's interesting to see how diets can change, including eating insects, Muriel, back to your question, depending on whether foods are meeting their nutritional needs. So as a kind of a summary statement, when nutritional needs are adequate, animals sample new foods cautiously. They're very cautious. They incorporate them slowly into their diet, which protects them from toxicity. On the other hand, as nutritional state becomes less and less and less adequate, now, in a sense, familiarity breeds contempt and novelty breeds content. Animals start to sample new and unusual foods, and when they find one that meets their needs, they immediately then form a very strong preference that's state dependent. That's what we were able to show when we'd work with different minerals, is that they would learn to associate the flavor of a specific diet that we would feed with recovery from a deficiency. So say they'd had apple flavored straw and recovered from phosphorus deficiency. When they became phosphorus deficient, they would select apple flavored straw. This will make more sense as we go on, but you get the point I'm saying. They become very state dependent, and it was amazing to me how they did that, not only for nutrients, for these secondary compounds, the whole suite as we went along. Talk about bodies that were in touch with their foraging environment. It just became so striking after study after study after study, and challenge after challenge after challenge that we would put them in. So that's long-winded, Muriel, but it's trying to reinforce points that we'll come to as we go along, and make some that I maybe don't have in the presentation too. So I appreciate the question. Other questions or comments? Okay, so I made the point, and just to reinforce that, so you have the primary compounds, what people have referred to in the ecological literature as primary compounds, energy, protein, vitamins, and minerals. But then you have this broad array, these thousands of different compounds in these broad classes, phenolics, terpenes, alkaloids. And we don't need to get bogged down in the details of those compounds with our conversation today. It's just to acknowledge that they occur. Bitterbrush, for instance, a shrub that grows out in the western US, and sagebrush. Bitterbrush has tannins, sagebrush terpenes. Birchfoot trefoil, a pasture plant, tannins. Tall fescue has alkaloids. Alfalfa has terpenes, sainfoin, and so forth, on and on and on. It's just to acknowledge that these plants all have these compounds, and we can build on that point as I go along. I'll build on that as we go along and relate it back to many different things. So one of the things related to this diversity of different compounds and this idea of having choices is that it allows animals to do things that they couldn't necessarily do without the choice. You know, one of the things that became obvious to me in the last 5 years I was at Utah State University, we had been, prior to that time, we had worked under really extensive conditions where there were hundreds of different plant species on these rangeland environments. When we started working on pastures, we were asked by the Utah Agricultural Experiment Station to take our knowledge of rangelands and start to think about pastures and how would you work in pastures? What would you do in pastures? One of the things that became really obvious was that the pasture species that were available, and there's a wide range, but that they had been selected for lower concentrations of these secondary compounds, for lower concentrations of tannins, of alkaloids. And so you could go down the list and of species that we were wanting to work with. And it was like, wow, you can't really get varieties that have much in the way of secondary compounds. They have some, but they've really selected against them in the varieties they've selected. And it was obvious why they did that. Let me make a comment, Stephen, then I'll come right to you. Most what people focused on was let's produce product. We want to produce a lot of product, whether it's chickens or lambs or beef or whatever it is. The accent was on quantity, and the focus was on energy and protein and minerals. And these secondary compounds, what they do is they set a limit on how much of any one food an animal can eat. Such a huge, huge point. These things set a limit. And ecologists, we were learning about that in spades, that they limit how much bitterbrush or sagebrush or fescue or what that animals can eat. Well, if you want to get away from that limit, you select against those compounds. So now that's not an issue. But what was missed, and that's why I'm going to hit this point really hard, was that works in monocultures then, and that's what people were interested in. But the way in nature that worked was there were diverse arrays of plants that could complement one another, that animals could figure out complementarities. And so they could, in fact, eat a little bit of a whole bunch of different plants. Not only was that healthy for animals, it was good for the human beings that then consumed those animals. So go ahead, Stephen, then I'll give the example that's on this slide. Oh, you're on mute.
What I'm wondering is if there's also a taste preference for the humans that are buying the meat in terms of gaminess, that certain kinds of phytochemicals may make the meat less palatable, and that by lowering phytotoxin levels, that they make the meat blander and more acceptable to mass market consumption.
That's right. You know, and what the feedlot does is to make everything quite uniform in that sense, right? I worked with people from around the world all throughout my career, and uniformly what they would say about our meat is how bland it tasted. I didn't have any taste at all, you know? So you're exactly right. And then you start to think about if you've been born and raised on grain-fed meat, your palate is attuned to that. And so if you have something that tastes different, it's unusual, you may or may not want to eat that particular product. We'll, again, like I'm saying we'll come back to that in some of where I'd like to go as we talk about those things, but that's absolutely the case. And then you start to think about, as we are in our research nowadays, if you have these really diverse combinations of plant species, how does that affect the phytochemical and biochemical richness of the meat and then the flavor of the meat? And can you have this idea of terroir in a very real sense, different kinds of landscapes that produce different kind of flavors? I remember doing workshops in Missouri back in the day, helping a friend named Jim Garish with his management intensive grazing workshops. And the first time I went out there, I got there in the evening and his wife, Dawn, said, I'll fix you a hamburger. I said, great, you know, that's, and thinking, you know, a hamburger's a hamburger's a hamburger, right? I was absolutely blown away by the flavor of that hamburger. I had never had any hamburger that tasted like that. And I was asking, he said, well, we figure it's just a combination of plants that these animals in our environment are eating. But it was, you know, it underscores that whole point of, you know, what kind of flavors do arise as a result of different combinations of foods in the diet. And it's something I'll tell you more about some of the research we're doing as we go along. But let's back up just a second and talk about, you know, when you have landscapes with diverse arrays of plants, and these are just simple examples, but animals can figure out, for instance, endophyte infected tall fescue is a plant that has not been selected. Well, they've done work, but the old variety is very high in alkaloids, and they can have toxicity problems for livestock. But if you have plants available to animals like trefoil that contain tannins, there are many different species that have tannins that could work here, but if you have species like trefoil, animals can learn, and we showed this with studies of sheep and cattle both, that an appetizer of trefoil helps the endophyte infected tall fescue go down. In other words, there's a complementarity there. The tannins in the trefoil bind with the alkaloids in the fescue in the gut, and that relieves the toxicity problems. And animals, so you have the complementarity, but the sequence also matters too. They need to eat the tannin before the fescue. And for sake of time, I won't go into, it was amazing to do the studies with sheep and cattle and to see what they would do if you varied the sequence. If you started them out on the endophyte infected tall fescue pasture and then went to the trefoil or went to the trefoil and the fescue, totally changed their behavior and what they were able to do. The same is true with shrubs out in the West. This shrub called sagebrush that so dominates many areas in the Pacific Northwest down through the Intermountain region. You know, animals can figure out that an appetizer of bitterbrush helps them to eat more sagebrush. So just trying to say that there's complementarities when you have diversity of species that animals can figure out and that can help them in terms of feed being not only nutrients, but medicines. I gave a talk related to some of this years ago, and an extension or a livestock producer came up to me after that and he said, you know, what you're talking about helps to explain why I was able to put my 4 daughters through college on what many people would consider the mix of plants from hell, basically. You know, Sericea lespedisa in Kansas is seen as a horrible invasive species. Tall fescue in monocultures, high in alkaloids. But he said, you know, that combination really worked well. And I was saying that makes perfect sense. Sericea is high in tannins, fescue's high in alkaloids. You've got a complementarity there. That's helping those animals to do what they need to do. There's work going on now by different people, but my colleague and friend, Juan Villalba, who's at Utah State University, who did his PhD and then a postdoc with me and now is on the faculty. He's doing some wonderful studies continuing on the pasture work. And he's showing that health improves. And this is an area too, where I'm seeing papers come out now, where people are looking at diversity of the diets of livestock and how that improves not only their nutrition, but health, immune function. It's really neat to see that people are starting to look at that for animals. How does diversity affect them? And that's what Juan's looking at, showing that health improves in livestock graze mixtures of plants, some of which contain tannins, as opposed to when you simply put them on monocultures. He's showing too, and this gets into the nutrition of it, and tannins can really alter protein nutrition in positive ways. This whole area that ruminant nutritionists call bypass protein. They've worked on ways to protect protein from being degraded by microbes in the rumen and getting to the lower GI tract where it can be absorbed in a much more nutritious form. Well, amazingly, tannins are natural ways that to bypass protein. They bind to proteins in the rumen, and they release those proteins as pH changes from near neutrality in the rumen to more acidic in the lower GI tract. So there are nutritional benefits that help to explain why animals gain weight more efficiently when they're on mixtures that have tannins in there, and they reach slaughter weight nearly as quickly as animals in feedlots. This has really huge implications for what we do with land from a regenerative ag standpoint, and how diversity of plants can be used not only as ways to raise livestock, but they're also doing so with less emissions of methane and nitrous oxide. And we've written a paper, again, that I'm happy to share with you, that's talking about how these things change and the functional role that these secondary compounds like tannins are playing in all of that. So questions or comments on that? I think that's, I'll leave it at that. You're
I have a
muted.
pretty bizarre question that may not relate to anybody else's interest, but my thesis advisor at Reed was an expert in lignans, and I was wondering if the goat preference for the older wood would mean lower free tannins and more bound tannins, which would then allow the fiber, in a sense, the lignin fiber, to pass further down the GI tract and alter the gut ecology of the animal. The animal might have been medicating its own microbiome.
No, you're on track in a way on that, Steve. You're on track with what you're saying there, and I'll come back to that, and we can explore it more at the end of this little subsection. I've got just a few more slides, and we'll come back to that. That's right. And then, you know, more generally, the point you were making is right on related to these secondary compounds in general and what they can do in terms of the microbiome in the gut and the health of the animal overall. Absolutely right on.
Yeah, if anybody wants to ask a question and you're on a cell phone, just unmute yourself and you'll pop up to the top of the screen, and I can invite you to ask a question, or you can just speak up.
And that sounds very good, and we're inviting that too, as we say. So, you know, as people in regenerative ag are starting to appreciate the value of diversity in pastures, moving away from monocultures, and I think starting to appreciate the value of these secondary compounds. You know, they're finding morbidity and mortality decrease on these more diverse plant communities. With these stocker animals that I mentioned, this is a picture of these young animals on pastures. When they give them a diverse mixture of plants, they're finding benefits to that. Benefits in terms of health of the animals and the ability of those animals to gain weight and grow. At the broadest scale, from a rangeland standpoint, I've had wonderful opportunity over the last many years to work with Glenn Elzinga. And he's got what is no doubt the largest organic livestock producing operation in the country. He's near Salmon, Idaho, where he lives and owns his place. And what Glenn does is really, when you come from a rangeland background like I did, and you see how many people manage animals on rangelands, and I have to say, oftentimes, it's not good. It doesn't have the personal hands-on approach that Glenn has taken, that can build soil, that can create diversity of plant communities, that can create health in livestock, and ultimately health in humans. Glenn is just doing a fabulous job. And if you're interested and you Google Alder Spring Ranch, there's just a wealth of information. And what Glenn decided, he read this book here, The Art and Science of Shepherding, Tapping the Wisdom of French Herders. And Michel Miret, that was his work, life's work in France, basically working with these shepherds. And this book is a collection of articles about that. I helped Michel as we translated that book from French into English. And Glenn read that book and he thought, you know, this is fabulous. This is what we could do on our landscapes. And so they started to do what the French shepherds do, to daily be up there with their animals, moving them across the landscapes, with the idea of nurturing the health of soil and plants, but also the nutrition and health of their animals. As he says, I don't need to feed minerals anymore. We don't medicate animals because we don't have sick animals. This has totally changed the performance of their animals. So it's an amazing story. I'm a little bit cutting it short, but it shows that as you get diversity, and there's some 400 different plant species up there on those landscapes. What Glenn does now, I was up there last summer, and I'm going to build on this as we go, like everything. I'm going to link it in, but he's got 4 interns. They're young, bright people that are going to have wonderful careers. And they're up there, they're on horseback, they're moving those animals, the horses, the animals, the humans, so calm. It's just a wonderful scene. And you see them eating this diverse array of plants as they move across the landscapes. Depredation from wolves has gone way down as they started to spend all their time. And they live up there with the animals all year long, or all summer long, from spring through summer and into fall. So it's an amazing story of what can be done if we stop using fences as babysitters in a sense and get the human approach, the shepherd and shepherding involved. In France, this is what Glenn is doing. They have these grazing circuits. And so when they look at a landscape, they know different plant communities that occur across that. And some, you know, animals would love this mix over here. Some of these would be disgusting, right? They don't like that. But what's amazing, so here's a shepherd, and if we had more time, we could go through the sequence he's doing and why here. But it's amazing the nuance that's in this, their knowledge, and it's a co-created knowledge. The shepherd's learning from the sheep and the cattle, then the sheep and the cattle are learning from the shepherd. It's amazingly nuanced in terms of what's going on. So neat. But what they do is they design these grazing circuits. And so they'll have appetizer phases, main courses, booster phases, dessert phases. It goes right back to what I was saying earlier about this kind of stuff here, of these different sequences, only now we're simply talking about plant communities. And rather than then just using the first rate, or in a case like some ranchers where animals might just live down in these bottomlands in the riparian areas, they're utilizing the entire range. So important for the health of the range and the animals. So they use all of the plant communities, and it's evolved originally as conservation kind of measures. They were doing that as much with the value of different plant species and wild animal communities in mind as they were with the shepherding. But what they came to realize too is that by these sequences stimulate appetite and intake, they enable individuals to meet their needs. If you're going across this whole array, animals that maybe like the disgusting stuff or that like to eat current season twigs of blackbrush, they have a different menu as they're going, and this is on a daily basis. So they're able to enable individuals to regulate intake of primary and secondary compounds, stimulate appetite and intake, and then they can do what people in range nowadays call target grazing. They can focus on different parts of the landscape to enhance and maintain biodiversity. It's marvelous. And it shows what can be done when we take on the role of a shepherd and really become involved in the landscapes. And that was the way it used to be, actually. You know, I just wrote a short 250-word summary for an FAO publication where they're talking about the value of pastoralism and what the pastoralists used to know and do. And that, you know, that's it. Steve, go ahead.
I was wondering what the contribution of the animal is to the local soil ecology in terms of their droppings.
Oh, it's huge. It's just huge. Absolutely the case, you know. And what Glenn is showing too on his landscapes is they're monitoring is what's happening with the microbial communities as a result of the droppings, and the amount of organic matter that's being built up in those soils. All of that is changing as a function of the way that they're utilizing those landscapes, and changing it in very positive ways across the landscape. So I think it's just so valuable. Good question. We've written we were invited to write a nice summary paper as opposed to the whole book, a nice summary paper by a journal about this sort of thing. And I just say that again, if people are interested in any particular topics and in reading a bit more, I've certainly got a lot that I can share with people on that. So I want to conclude with a couple of points. When I was starting out 45, 50 years ago with a huge interest in what animals ate. I don't know why I was interested. It was just really interesting to me. What do wild and domestic animals eat? And following them around, watching what they do. And then the studies that ensued after that by many, many people, not just me. What we would find is that 3 to 5 plants or 7, whatever, would make up the bulk of the diet in any one meal for animals. And that would vary from meal to meal. But these animals would eat 50, 75, or even more plants. They'd go along and they're biting this and biting that. And back in my deterministic reductionist days, I was, how are we ever going to predict what this sheep's going to eat? You know, it's like, this isn't going to work. Somehow we're on the wrong track. It's not going to work. And I've moved totally away from that view now. It's patterns, and predicting is not the point. But in those days, we emphasized the 3 to 5 plants, and we downplayed the 50 to 75, even though we had to deal with them in trying to do all of our diet analyses and studies. I don't nowadays. I see the 50 to 75 as just as important as those 3 to 5, because that's exposing these animals to this vast array of these secondary compounds that I'm talking about. The thousands, literally the thousands and thousands of those compounds that are out there in those plants. By eating a little bit of a whole bunch of plants, those are getting into the body of the animals, they're getting into the circulation. And if you think of a cell as foraging on what's in the capillary, and the cell can only forage on what's in the capillary, when you have this diverse array of these compounds, that enables cells to forage on a diverse array of different compounds that can be beneficial for the health of the cell, is what I think about all the time. And so that's where, again, as I've been saying, you know, health is being enhanced when you have this rich array of different plant species. Now, if we come back to the blackbrush and why the goats, most of the goats wouldn't eat those current season's twigs. Those current season's twigs are incredibly high in tannins, in a certain kind of condensed tannin. And when we say tannin, you know, it's perhaps a detail, but it's something that's important. Tannins aren't tannins. Tannins in blackbrush are different from tannins in bitterbrush, are different from tannins in trefoil. The structure of those is different, and the function of that. And tannins in blackbrush are particularly particularly, should we say, nasty to herbivores. They don't, whether you're feeding that to a hare, a rabbit, or a goat, or a cow, they most of them avoid those tannins. So the point so that was what we were finding with blackbrush. But the point I want to make that goes back to this point is that in those days, we ecologists who were studying back in the 70s, especially in the 80s, we were viewing these compounds as deterrents against herbivory. You know, plants make them to keep animals from eating them. And that's true. You know, and the ecological literature for insects, fishes, birds, mammals is replete with stories of that deterrence. But I think we went a little too far in those days, as you know, they came to take a very negative connotation. They're deterrents. Animals don't eat foods that have those. And we weren't thinking so much of, well, if you eat a little bit of a whole bunch of those, and that's the problem here, you've got a monoculture of this stuff, so you can't eat a little bit of a whole bunch. But if you eat a little bit of a whole bunch, they can have huge, huge health benefits to animals. That's the point that I would want to end on. Best in small doses, and eating a variety of these things is what allows that to happen. So questions or comments on that?
Most of those are antioxidants for humans.
Yes, they play roles as antioxidants, immune boosters. The tannins help to get rid of internal parasites. We're just learning, and I'll come to more of those things as we go along, of the multiple roles that they, and then beyond that, Steve, too, and this does go far beyond where we want to spend time, but you know, those secondary compounds are mediating every kind of interaction you can imagine that plants have with the environment below ground. And people are learning now some of the work that's being done in the Netherlands on how diverse arrays of plants change the secondary chemistry of plants below ground and above ground. Those compounds are mediating every kind of interaction, from UV radiation to interactions with other plants to interactions with animals. They're just, you know, they were called secondary compounds because when people first started to discover them in plants, they didn't know what roles they played. They had learned about energy, protein, minerals, and so forth. And at one time, they were even considered waste products of plant metabolism, but we've come to realize they're not waste products, they're not secondary, they're playing primary roles in mediating interactions of plants with the environment. So really, really important in that sense.
No questions so far.
Okay, we can turn, I'm chuckling.
You're making this well accessible, so maybe everybody's just gets it.
Okay, well, you can speak up too. And I'm chuckling to myself because we're to noon already. I was thinking before this, you know, if I do each section 25 minutes, we'll be at about 2 hours. But I would way rather have this kind of discussion and interaction than just blast through it and say, well, you know, we did it. So again, I'm totally at your mercy on all of this, you guys. And if you reach a point where, you know, we are beyond satiated on this, you know what I'm trying to say. I'm just.
Yeah, Muriel, how about you?
Yes, so if we have questions later on, how can we contact you? Fred?
Oh, I'll give these guys my email, Muriel. I'm happy to correspond. And as I say, if any topic interests in particular, happy to share, not bury you in literature, but to send you things that, you know, papers, whatever. I'm happy to try to share and interact. So Steve and Susan both have my email, and so I'm happy for them to share that with folks.
Susie.
Yeah, so I just wondered, do you have a place where we can order, if we wanted to order meat from a place that is so biodiverse, like the one that you showed earlier, do you have a place we can get things like that?
I do. I know many producers here in this area and even more broadly. So I do, Susie, and I'd be happy to share that with you, and they'd be happy. What's happened since this pandemic has hit, boy, oh boy, are they ever sold out of all those kind of things, whether it's from New York to California. People I know, it's just amazing how people are starting to think, I guess, about all these kind of things. And this Let Food Be Our Medicine that I know you want me to put in here, Susan, and that I will get into next, I think illustrates why that's happening as people are starting to think about all these things. Yes, so I'm happy to share that with you. Happy to share.
Where are we going to get that? Is it going to be in the file or?
Well, you could, if you want to send me an email, I can get you linked up with people, or
okay,
Steve and Susan and I can put our heads together and put it on a file or whatever we need, however we need to do it. We'll make it accessible to you for certain.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, no, happy to help out, and they'll be happy to. But I'm telling you, it's amazing how they've been selling out. It's just. It's very interesting to see what's happening with that.
So Fred, you got a comment here about this has been a fantastic conversation. My daughter is a field biologist who is working in conservation with big cats. I'm going to turn her on to this video. So many thanks to you for speaking about this.
Yeah, that's great. And yeah, working with big cats, that brings back so many, not that I work, but I worked with people who worked with big cats and big dogs of the wild variety over the years, and so much interesting work. And then when it comes to our domesticated cats and dogs, we'll have a word to say about that here in just a minute or two too. And what, because I'll wait till we get there.
Let's cruise on.
Okay, so let food be our medicine then. My friend and Mark Shaxter, who lives in Canada, who writes books, wrote this book, The Dorito Effect, a few years back, The Surprising New Truth About Food and Flavor. Have any of you seen Mark's book or know of that book? Anyway, he really did a great job with that book, and I appreciate it. Of course, I'm going to say this because he wrote a lot about the research that we did over my career at Utah State University in this book, and I appreciated Mark so much that he saw that the work we were doing wasn't just about goats and sheep and cows and elk and bison, but it related to human beings. Mark got that. And he made that come alive in his book. It was just, I spent hours, endless hours on the phone with Mark. It was like reliving my career. And it was when we were in the backwoods and I was missing my career a little bit. So it was kind of nice. But he makes some points. He says, if you look at what's happened with the food system, the flavors of meat and produce have become blander over the last 50 years, a point you made, Steve, already, and that's absolutely the case. At the same time, processed foods have become irresistible. As a result, then, we've disincentivized real foods because they don't taste good. You see these foods in the background. And we've made junk food all the more desirable. So that's really a part of the hijacking that's taken place in this food system over the last 50 to 75 years or so. So let's dissect that a little bit, starting with why have things become blander on meat and produce, and then we'll go to this the processed foods. And this comes from the ecologists and working with ecologists and their whole views that resource availability, that is to say moisture, nutrients, sunlight, and herbivores and so forth in the environment, that influences the development of soil. Just what you were talking about earlier, Steve, when you made the point about does the foraging by the domestic animals in those grazing circuits alter that? there's such a rich literature ecologically about those kind of relationships, and then about how that influences plant diversity and chemistry. So as you look across a landscape, we know that resource availability varies from low resource environments where there's not much moisture, nutrients, and so forth, to high resource availability. And the plant communities, the soils that develop and the plant communities that develop are quite different on those different sites. That has huge implications for how we grow crops, actually. Yvonne Chenard was making a point about one of the projects that they funded in Spain that they promote has to do with growing almonds. And rather than like in California, where huge amounts of water are used to grow those almonds, they're growing almonds under no irrigation there in Spain. And so we were talking about that, the varieties that were selected for that were able to do that, and then the chemical characteristics. And I was asking Yvonne, I said, well, what's the flavor of those almonds from Spain? And he said, well, they have real punch to them, like you're eating native plants, the fruits of native plants. They have a punch to them. He said they've got a real strong almondy flavor. And I said, you know, that's those cyanogenic glycosides. That's that cyanide that's in there, that flavor. And he said, and we laughed, and it is. And those dry conditions have their resource availability has altered how the plant allocates its resources, and it's going to have a little bit more of a strong almond flavor. But he said it's fantastic, and they make almond butter from it and so forth. So the idea is that, you know, we're going to build these linkages from resource availability and how we farm, or how nature farms, then through to the soil, plant diversity, and chemistry. And think about how we can nourish health from the ground up. And this is actually a fabulous book on some of those things underground that Yvonne Baskin wrote. But as I've been saying, then plants respond biochemically to sunlight, moisture, nutrients, plants, and other herbivory. And then herbivores respond to the chemical characteristics of plants, and we do too. And that's what's just so well known and documented. And as I was saying earlier, not to sound like a broken record, but this plant that this little kid goat is sniffing here, it might eat it growing in this site here and totally avoid it growing in another site because of the difference in chemical characteristics. I can't emphasize that enough, how plants change as a function of environment and how herbivores are really able to track that. It's just been amazing to me to watch that and how they do track that. And then if you're a shepherd and you're aware of that, you're starting to know that, well, this plant growing on this side is different from when it's growing on that side, and how I do my circuit might be altered as a function of that as well. That's the kind of nuance they get into there. And it's, you know, it's that old knowledge that we were talking yesterday with Yvonne about some of the old people who are dead now. And I mentioned the Craigheads and their knowledge, just their natural history knowledge of environments, from being out there day after day after day in environments and paying attention and being wired into that. Their knowledge of those environments is phenomenal compared to, say, a person that just it comes into those environments with no knowledge whatsoever. And one comes to appreciate the value of that and that knowledge of natural history. I have to put in a word here to say that at the university systems, back in the days the Craigheads were professors, natural history was a big part of that. Nowadays, it's gone, and we've moved a lot toward mathematical models. And honestly, you go out, and I'm not trying to be the big critic here, but I saw this as my career went on. You'd go out with young students in wildlife biology programs, they didn't even know the plants out there on the landscape. You know, it's like, wow, we have really, I think, lost a lot. I mean, if that's where life is out there in out there with all those relationships. And I appreciate those those old timers that had that intimate knowledge of the landscapes and the plants and the animals and the relationships with one another. It's, boy, we need to regain that, Steve.
It was, for a while, I was doing volunteer work for the San Francisco and Seattle AIDS Underground. And one of the compounds they were interested in was St. John's wort and hypericin and pseudohypericin from the St. John's wort. And they were having problems obtaining it. And they were getting it from people who were growing it under very benign conditions. And it had almost no hypericin and pseudohypericin in it. So they did a little research, found out that it was a noxious weed up in Eastern Oregon and Eastern Washington. So they would drive up there in these big, huge trucks and go to the ranches and say, we're going to harvest your goat weed. And they would go in and tear the stuff out. And they found that the worse the conditions, the higher the hypericin content of the goat weed.
Yeah, that's a fabulous, fabulous example. I so appreciate you. You know, and there's a whole area in ecology with different kind of theories about how that works, from carbon nutrient balance comes to mind. And, you know, where the physiologists really start to get into, well, why are plants allocating the way that they are, and how does availability of resource influence that? And it so relates then, though, Steve, to exactly what you were talking about. We had a friend from Northern California come here a few weeks ago, and he and his wife brought their son with them. Their son grows marijuana out there, and I was asking him about that. I said, do you track, are you paying attention to how the environment where you're growing that marijuana is influencing the compounds that you're interested in? And he said, we don't do so much. We had a fabulous conversation about all this stuff and really went into detail about the compounds that are in marijuana and how resource availability, because it's not consistent, it's nuanced how they do it. You know, whereas moisture and water may decrease concentrations of certain secondary compounds because it accents growth, it might, on the other hand, additional nitrogen might kick up alkaloids. You know, I mean, it depends on the compounds and what's going on. But we had a wonderful conversation, and I was saying, you know, really what you care about is the quality of that, or, you know, implying it's the quality of that, the amount of compound is what you want, not just the amount of biomass of plant material. So we took off on that kind of conversation that very much related to what you said. Well, we know that the phytochemical richness has declined from 10 to 50% in many, many fruits, vegetables, and grains from 1950 till today. And there's review papers have been written here in the United States, in the UK. There's a recent paper that I found very interesting on organics. And I really respect the group that wrote this paper. And they're talking about the different kinds of responses and how plants respond and what's happening with phytochemical richness. I think as a general statement, the varieties we've selected for growth as opposed to phytochemical richness. We grow many of the plants under condition, we irrigate and we provide supplemental nutrients, which depending on the plant and the compound can actually accent growth at the expense of this phytochemical richness and so forth. And so I think we've really enhanced growth rather than the overall richness and the flavor. You know, this is our monitoring system. Our palate is telling us, right? It's so sophisticated. Our palates are so incredibly sophisticated, and we can detect that in the things that we eat, and then we pick them green and ship them and use ripening hormones, and all that leads to that challenge that I mentioned up front of, you know, you look at something in the store and you don't know, even if it's organic, you don't know if the flavor is going to be good or not good. I often think what they ought to do is just allow you to sample just a little bit of it so you know whether you actually want to buy it or not. because when you get home, then it's a surprise to you, right?
Yeah,
of what
I've
you
never met a store-bought peach or apricot that I've enjoyed, because I used to harvest them and dry them when I was a kid, and tree ripened apricots and store-bought apricots are just totally different from each other.
It's so true. It's so true. And any of us that grow our own food and try to select for, try to pick good varieties, and then it is no comparison. It makes me think, to your comment, Steve, several years ago, we were working in Washington State. We were training sheep not to eat fruit trees and orchards, actually what we were doing, which is a whole other topic that we don't want to get into. But the most interesting thing to me was visiting with some of those old, going back to your old age bit, these old orchard people. And they were talking about all the changes they'd seen in varieties that were grown over the years. And, they felt they needed to change with that. So they had changed. But we were talking just as we're talking right now. And they said, well, this is what we sell you, but this isn't what we eat. What we eat is back here in the back of the orchard. And then we went to the back of the orchard, and they said, we kept these old trees. And they said, just try a plum, or try an apple, or try a peach, or an apricot. And it was night and day different, it was not, and it just illustrated all that these reviews and the analyses have done, but that your palate could tell that instantly. Here in Montana, in this time of the year, a little bit earlier, if you go for a hike in the mountain, you can encounter 10 to 12 different native species of berry-producing plants. And it's so interesting to just sample those all through the day. Certainly they have a sweetness to them, but they also have a punch, kind of like Yvonne was talking, those almonds. They have a richness that I think we've lost as a result of the way that we grow these. And Yvonne, both times that they've come here, he's made the point. He said, you can go pick one of those little tiny strawberries up there in the mountains, and it has far more phytochemical richness than 10 of those big strawberries in the store. And he's right, on many of the strawberries that I've encountered anyway. So that would be the point then, that going back to Mark's point, that the flavor of wholesome foods has declined. And so then you think, is it any wonder that kids don't like to eat fruits and vegetables? You can understand it, right? It's a no wonder that they don't want to do that. Whereas if we were to go back to varieties that are more phytochemically rich, and I know some programs too, like Heracles in Florida is really aware of this and doing some great research with strawberries, with tomatoes, to try to find a balance between just quantity and phytochemical quality and richness. He totally appreciates this. And so there's efforts taking place that Mark talked about too, of older varieties and selecting for varieties that are phytochemically rich and then growing them under conditions that lead to richness. So now we need people like Joe Robinson telling us in her book, Eating on the Wild Side, how to even start to think about what to select. And her book is a great discussion of changes that have occurred, and then some pointers on what to look for and how color can be tied with these different compounds and so forth and so on. But as part of the hijacking of the system, and then needing people to try to help to guide us as we go. We can scale up from plant diversity and chemistry then to talk about the biochemical richness of the diets of animals and that influence on milk, cheese, and meat. And I want to say a few words about studies with milk and cheese, and then say a few words about meat. As a general statement, I'd like to say that you would think that this would be an area that a lot would be known about scientifically, where you could make a lot of statements. But I was surprised as I got into this literature and wrote a paper that was published a couple of years ago in Frontiers in Nutrition, titled, "Is Grass-Fed Meat and Dairy Better for Human and Environmental Health?" That paper, I wrote it as a chance to just acquaint myself with what, how much is known about some of these linkages. And it's far less than I would have thought. But what is known is quite interesting. And from a milk standpoint and dairy, there were some studies done several years ago in Italy where they were comparing milk and cheese from dairy cows that were foraging on these really phytochemically diverse landscapes with milk and dairy from animals fed a total mixed ration. What a total mixed ration is, in feedlot nutrition and in dairy nutrition, if you want to design a ration to meet the animal's needs, nutritionists, to their credit, have figured out, and that's quite a story in and of itself, starting 50, 60 years ago, fumbling attempts to try to get all that animals need into this total mixed ration. But what it is it's a handful of ingredients. It'll have high amount of grain in it, maybe some corn silage, a little bit of alfalfa, but it's ground up and all mixed together, and then a mineral supplement layered on that. So they were feeding either total mixed rations or animals getting these very diverse diets. And then they looked at what is the phytochemical and biochemical, are there differences between those two? And then what about people who eat these products over there in that part of the world? And they found huge differences. Obviously, to me, the ones that are on the diverse diets have a much, much richer array of phytochemicals and biochemicals in their meat and dairy cheese. And what was most interesting to me is the local peoples very, very strongly preferred the flavors in milk and cheese from dairy cows grazing on the diverse swards to the total mixed ration. They said what the people who came to work with me would often say, your flavor of your foods is bland. The flavor of your meat is bland. The flavor of your cheeses is bland. So that was a very interesting study that's showing these linkages. As I was writing Nourishment, I came across a book by Warren Angus Ferris related to meat. And the title is Life in the Rocky Mountains. And he was out here in the Rockies from 1830 to 1835, wandering around the sources of the Missouri, Columbia, Colorado rivers. And when he started to talk about the foods they ate, all the diary was interesting, but this was really interesting in relation to our topic. He says, bison and poor flesh were the worst diet imaginable, but as they became fat, quote, we grew strong and hardy, and now not one of us but is ready to insist that no other kind of meat can compare with that of a female bison in good condition. That's a really interesting statement to me. Then he goes on to say, with it, we require no seasoning. We boil, roast, or fry it as we please and live upon it solely without bread or vegetables of any kind. And what seems most singular, we never tire of or disrelish it, which would be the case with almost any other meat after living upon it exclusively for a few days. If you think about that, that's pretty amazing all those points that he's making related to that bison. And it relates then to studies that we're really involved in nowadays that I want to give you a little bit of the flavor of. We have a good idea that the flavor of meat is influenced by the phytochemical richness of the diet. Yet if you look in the scientific literature of studies that have been done, you don't find much about how the diet of the animal influences the flavor, the quality, the ability of the meat to satiate, and for a person to not get tired of it, as Ferris was saying, and then human health. So this is something we're really interested in studying. And when I say we, let me give credit here. There's several of us that are involved in this work. One is my friend and colleague, Stefan van Vliet, who's at Duke University. He's a young faculty member there who's just full of, bright as can be, full of energy, running and gunning like crazy. Scott Kronberg is with USDA ARS in Mandan, North Dakota. Then we're also working with Pablo Gregorini, who's in New Zealand. And now we're starting to work with Richard Finn, who's in Botswana. And we're also working with Turner Enterprises, Ted Turner's Bison Enterprises, and with Patagonia, with the folks at Patagonia. So we're putting together a big team, and we want to look at animals that are finished in feedlots versus on phytochemically rich diets. We're looking at sheep, we're looking at cattle, we're looking at bison, we're looking at kudus and other kind of African ungulates. We want to put together a broad array of studies to try to really better explore this idea of how diversity of diet influences the phytochemical and biochemical richness of meat, and then the implications of that for human health. We also have done a paper that's just under review now in the Journal of Nutrition, where we've compared fake meat with meats from feedlots and meats from animals eating phytochemically rich diets. I see you're smiling, Susan. I wondered if you would. So I can share that paper with you. I'll in just a moment, I'll give you an idea. So our idea is then, as you go from feedlot to monoculture, grass pasture, to these really diverse plants, that you're going to have so much richer phytochemical and biochemical richness. And one of the review papers that was just published that we did, we're simply reviewing the literature and looking at all these different compounds to make the point, indeed, they do get into the meat. It's not just us imagining that, they do, and here's studies that show that. But what we're doing, so this is different steps that we're going to be doing this work in. Our first step is simply to do metabolomic analyses for the phytochemical and biochemical richness of meat. Without going into details, metabolomics is simply a technique that's developed nowadays that allows people to look at a broad spectrum of compounds that occur in meat, in dairy, and whatever it is you want to look at. It's a very popular technique nowadays that people are using, and it allows you, as I say, to look at this whole range of different compounds. So rather than focusing on just a very narrow subset of compounds, you can start to look at the richness. So that's where we are with all those different creatures I just mentioned, is doing those kind of analyses. The next step, we want to do feeding trials, and I'll talk more about that right now, with human beings, looking at inflammatory responses in the body. And then we want to move to clinical trials that are longer term, where we have more control over what people are eating and look at satiety, inflammation, health, and so forth. But let me talk just briefly about feeding trials here. And I'll begin by saying our understanding of how diet affects health is limited to 150 nutritional components, which is pretty amazing to think of that. But this is just a small fraction of the more than 26,000 biochemicals in the human foodome. And if you start to add in a bunch of what I'm talking about now on how phytochemical richness can influence meat and dairy, that goes up even more. So this metabolomics is a way to look much more broadly at what is in foods and in diet. When we compared ground beef, and this came from Glenn Elzinga's. So I mentioned that his animals are eating this incredible diversity of different plant species. So one of the papers that's in Journal of Nutrition that's submitted to Journal of Nutrition, but that I can share with you, is this comparison of ground beef from Glen Elzingas with these plant-based alternatives. And this won't come as any surprise to you, but when you look at the labels and look at macronutrients and some of those things, the labels would appear to be similar in terms of what they provide. But when you look at the metabolomic analyses, they're vastly, vastly different. And that's the point that we're making in this particular paper here that I'm happy to share with you. The richness of compounds is much greater in the metabolomic analysis of the meat from Glen Elzinga's place. These inflammatory responses that occur, I want to start by saying that anytime we eat a meal, there's an inflammatory response inside of our body. The degree to which that occurs depends on many factors. How our level of obesity versus non-obese and so forth. But also it's very much influenced by what we're eating at the time. And I know of only one study that's ever been done on the planet that looks at that in relation to meats. And that was done in Australia. And what they did was they had kangaroos that were foraging on diverse pastures in Australia, and they compared inflammatory response to meat from these kangaroos with that from meat of animals that were finished on a total mixed ration in a feedlot. And they had several markers that they were monitoring after a meal. And the differences couldn't have been greater between the two. People that ate the kangaroo meat, there was virtually no increase in inflammatory responses for hours after that meal. People that ate the feedlot, inflammatory markers rose immediately and they stayed high for a long period. So I wrote, to me, that was amazing to see that and to think about that. And so I wrote to the researchers in Australia. This was in, I think, 2012, 10 or 12. I wrote to them and I told them how interested I was in that study. And I asked them, are you going to do more studies that aren't confounded, or you don't have diet and animal confounded? And their response was really interesting. They wrote back and they said, no, we're not. Our point is that if you want to eat meat in Australia, you should be eating kangaroo, don't eat meat from beef cattle or from sheep finished in feedlots. And if you've ever lived in Australia, as my family and I did for a year back in 91, 92, you know that you can go to their supermarkets and you can buy kangaroo harvested fresh from the landscape. So our interest is really to move forward, start with the metabolomics analyses to get our feet on the ground, and then to move into these trials of inflammatory response to simply look more closely at how diets influence that, and then to move into the clinical trials is where we want to go. Yes, Steve.
I have a suggestion for you, and that is to not just look at phytochemicals, but look at mycotoxin content, because this appears to be one of the major ways of fattening cattle in feedlots, is to feed them moldy corn, where the mold increases their insulin resistance and leptin resistance to such an extent that you get massive marbling of the meat with mycotoxin-laden fat.
Yeah, that's an excellent suggestion, Steve. Absolutely. And I'll pass that on to the crew. We'll do it. And we can do it very easily, of course, with the metabolomics. That came up yesterday when we were visiting with Yvonne and Melinda, and not just the nutrient part of what's in those feeds in the feedlot, but all these other kind of potentially not good for us compounds. They're making the same point. And it's a very, very good point that you're making. So I'll pass that on, and we'll be sure to do that.
And I just wanted to ask one question that had popped up on the chat, which is when you were talking earlier about density and phytochemicals, do heirloom strains have a better nutrient or phytochemical density than non-heirlooms?
I think that's a safe statement. I think as a generalization, some of those heirloom varieties haven't been selected so much as the modern varieties for growth and some of the characteristics. So I think that is a safe statement to make, that they are going to be more phytochemically rich. So I think kind of bringing this let food be our medicine, some of the ideas in there to a conclusion. Rather than grow and eat wholesome blends of phytochemically and biochemically rich foods, our ailing society succumbs to the allure of the multi-million-dollar supplement industries that claim to be the foundation of health. I'm not totally against supplements, but I think why not get them from the food? Why not get them from the foods we eat? Get diets that do that. One of the things that strikes me, and that there was last year I was asked to give 2 talks at a conference in Innsbruck, Austria. And I don't want to, the talks were about the feeding food and can animals self-medicate and those kind of things. But the most interesting talk to me was given by a pharmacologist from Chicago, University of Chicago, Guido Pauli. And he was just making this point. It was a conference on secondary compounds in plants and health from a very old society in Europe, a very old European society. I didn't know that there was such a group, and it was amazing to see the work they've done over the years. But the point that Guido was making for all of us that study this, said the more that we focus on individual compounds, the more the effect goes away. It's combinations of compounds that matter. And we were so on the same page at that point in the game, and we've corresponded since then and just had, I don't know if you know the story, but with vitamin C, you know, as they were trying to figure out what causes scurvy and how to you know, how the mechanisms of that, and they were doing bioassays over and over again and getting things more and more purified. When they finally got to pure vitamin C, the effect went away. It didn't work anymore. They couldn't get rid of scurvy. And it's because there's cofactors that are involved in that are an important part. If you take that to a broad scale, I think that's what strikes me now in my older age, where I can't remember all the compounds so well anymore anyway, but I think, you know, there's an advantage of age that you've been talking, Steve, that's probably knowing all those compounds may not be what matters. It's recognizing that this incredible complexity of compounds that are interacting with one another and with cells in these ways that we'll probably never fully understand, especially from a reductionist standpoint. When you think, you know, 10, 20,000 compounds maybe in a meal of an herbivore, you can't study that. But I think if you start to realize, as you move from individual compounds, for instance, garlic, these garlic capsules here, has only a fraction of the complexity of a clove of garlic, a healthy clove of garlic. You know, they make garlic now that's odorless. If you can't breathe on somebody and knock them over with your breath from garlic, what kind of punch does it have? Huh? I mean, what's it got? So that complexity, and then as you go to combination of foods, I think that's, you know, that's the point, I guess, of this slide here. And there was a paper that was written that really struck me. That was making that point. Food, not nutrient, is the essence of nutrition. That isn't quite right, but it was by Jacobs and Tapswell, and they did such a nice job of making that point that as you go more and more toward individual compounds, you lose the health benefits. It's these foods and combinations that matter. And if we think then of what we've been alluding to too, the global shift away from eating these phytochemically and biochemically wholesome diets to processed diets has encouraged 2.1 million people to become overweight or obese. This study that came out from Kevin Hall's group a year or so ago, where they were simply looking at ultra-processed diet and an unprocessed diet, and they were presented in random order and matched for calories, sugar, fat, fiber, and micronutrients. But when people were on the ultra-processed diet, they ate significantly more food when it was offered ad libitum. That is, the ultra-processed diet was not satiating people like the wholesome foods do, and we understand a lot about how that happens. And then when they looked at body weight change, it doesn't take you long, and I can sure see this depending on what's around seasonally in our house. It doesn't take you long to put on a lot of weight when you're eating ultra-processed foods. So when they would go off of the ultra-processed diet, they'd lose weight when they go onto the ultra-processed diet. So, you know, it's, to me, it makes so much sense that these ultra-processed foods do little to induce satiation when a meal ends, or satiety, how long you feel satisfied after the meal. And so people overeat and gain weight. And this is the one that I put in for the dogs because it's the very same deal. The shift away from eating wholesome, animal-appropriate foods to processed diets has really adversely affected pets. And this Karen Becker and her website, and these, I've just been learning so much. My daughter-in-law has 3 cats, and she's decided to make the conversion over to wholesome cat-appropriate diets, what they'd have eaten evolutionarily. And there's a lot out there on that, these barf diets, because they're called barf diets. And to me, it just makes all the sense in the world that you start feeding wholesome kind of foods that they would have eaten. And the same for dogs. My wife and I are going to be picking up a black lab pup here in early November. And we're just gonna put them, you know, we used to watch our dogs in the past, and dogs are more omnivorous than cats are. And we used to see our dogs go into the garden and eat peas and raspberries and cantaloupes and corn and all these different things by choice. And so, you know, we're totally, not to take us off, but she has put together some short videos, 15-minute or so. There's one 3-part series that just lays out how these processed diets are, boy, they're the processed food of the pet industry. And then she ties in with the points of how the health of the pets is so bad nowadays. It's about like our health as a society. And it just strikes you, wow, right down to our pets, from our landscape, our livestock, our pets, ourselves, all have been influenced by these kind of things. So we've extracted the compound from the food from the diet from the culture, and we have little notion of how meal patterns, combinations, wholesome foods, all those sort of things affect our health. Go ahead, Steve.
Do you have much of a sense, I mean, most of the research that I've seen on apostats deal with macro level nutrients, like, you know, fats and protein sensing, carb sensing systems and stuff like that. And I was curious as to whether or not there might be terpene sensing or phytochemical sensing going on, and whether or not it might be possible to take a bland food diet with nutrition, compare it to a non-bland food diet with the same level of nutrition, and take a bland, a processed food diet and add back the terpenes and phytochemicals and stuff like that to see if it influences the appetite issue and that weight gain that you showed in that issue with how many calories are consumed, whether or not you see that the addition of that flavor brings the food consumption back down again.
Oh, Steve, that's fabulous. And this is the value, see, of the conversation as opposed to it's not a big literature on that, Steve, at all. It's not big, but I've tried to highlight that in a recent paper that I wrote, mention it a little bit in the book, but there's a group that's doing some work related to that, looking at if you have this rich array of herbs and spices, as opposed to the bland food alone, processed now, processed bland food alone, versus that with these phytochemicals, does that increase liking and induce satiety better? And the evidence is that it does do that, that those things are important as part of being satisfied, and cutting back on intake. If I were a younger pup doing work, I would be so interested in doing research along those lines. But I can point you to what little is out there. And to me, it's very, very interesting in that sense. So to me, it suggests that it's certainly macronutrients are very important, as we would know, but that it's more than that. And when you get that more than that in there, it can actually cause you to eat less. And I would say to end up being healthier. And that's things that we can look at as we do some of these trials on inflammatory response, and then the longer term clinical trials. That we're very interested in that. We get you as part of our team here. You're and anybody else that no, that's so absolutely relevant, I think. So relevant. And so little has been done because we have such a focus on the macronutrient part of things and minerals. This focus on this this 150, which sounds like a lot, and it is, but it's totally overlooked, this other part of things. And the importance of herbs and spices, I think is really, and then going back to what Warren Angus Ferris was writing, how satisfied they were eating that meat. Well, if you think the bison are eating this diverse array of plants, and we know that they do, they don't just focus on grass, they eat a rich array of plants, and that's getting into the meat. And then that's when a human eats that, the flavor is great because of that, but the ability to satiate is as well. Those are the kind of things we would really like to explore more in our studies. And it's just dead on the question you're asking related to that, not only for our studies though, but more broadly for foods in general and ability to satiate. Other questions or comments?
Keep going.
All right. Okay. I don't want to turn this into torture, but I'm happy to. This would be our next one, the social cultural part of things, and then the flavor feedback part of things. So we can launch into the social cultural part of things. And I often think, when it comes to this, of what you mentioned, Susan, in the introduction, that I spent 7 years on a ranch working with this man here, Henry DeLuca, who was born in 1900. Of course, he's long dead now, but I learned so much out there on that ranch. I didn't come from that kind of a background. Here's where we were, in these mountains, these beautiful Rocky Mountains, Collegian Peaks, and some of the land that we were working on. But Henry had only a grade school education at most. His knowledge, as we've been saying, Stephen, appreciating, came to his mind through his hands, through working with things throughout a lifetime. And I appreciated very much what I learned from Henry. And he always, we worked incredible days. It'd go 7 in the morning, end up off work at 7 at night, and 6 days a week. So it was a lot of hard physical work, but he would always take time to talk to you, and I remember my sophomore year in college, I was taking classes in genetics and learning about that, learning about heterosis. And I came back to the ranch for that summer, and I said, Henry, I know you always keep your own replacement heifers, your own young animals. Why don't you bring in bulls from other environments? Why don't you crossbreed and all those things? And so we sat down, and probably for an hour, he told me stories. He said, you know, we have brought animals into this landscape that come from different places, from different parts of the state and so forth. But he said we had horrible experience of that. And then he said, you know how when we go up to move animals, and we weren't shepherding them, but we would have to go up and we would move them to different grazing allotments across this huge Mount Chavano here. He said, you know how we know we're going to find some in Droney and we're going to find some in Weldon. They won't all be in one big herd. They're in little groups. They're in their little groups, and we'll know where to find them, and then we can move them into the next big area that they go into. He said, if you bring animals that don't know this range, you don't know if you'll find them. You don't know where you'll find them, and odds are when you do find them, they'll be in poor physical shape, and they're not likely to be bred when they're up there in the mountains. If you bring in bulls that don't know this country, they're not likely to be breeding the animals. So he told stories like that and many others, and then he summed it up. He said, the whole problem is the animals just don't know the range. And throughout my entire career, I've thought everything we've studied is really, what does it mean to know the range, you know? And so that's what I'll say. And I begin by saying there was an article written by Davis and Stamps in 2004. They're out there at Davis. It was a great article. And all they were doing is going across a wide range of species and showing that natal experiences influence food and habitat preferences in everything from insects to fish to birds to mammals. And you might think, you know, you might look at an earthworm and think, how on earth would its natal experience influence where it wants to be? But it does, you know. It's recognizing relationships, that these creatures are forming relationships with their environments, and certainly with bees and fishes and birds and mammals. When we were living in the backwoods, these mountain bluebirds would come seasonally. They'd arrive in early March, and they'd set up their, you know, lay their eggs and have their offspring. They'd leave in October, early November. And my work with ornithologists helped me to appreciate. So and Aldo Leopold wrote about this too. When you put a band on one of these birds, so you can identify it as an individual, now it's an individual to you. It's not just another bluebird. And you realize that they come back to the same places. So your bluebird flies to the neotropics. That same bluebird's going to come back to where it was born and raised. It's going to come back to the nest in those areas. So you have this linkage that's occurring. And you think about that, and you think about, you know, that's the home field advantage being expressed in life. Knowing what and what not to eat, where and where not to go, what's a predator, what's not a predator. When one of your fellow flickers makes an alarm call, you recognize that that's an alarm call, and you respond to that. We're seeing that in our ducks and chicks right now. I never realized how attuned ducks are to the sky. And they'll tilt their heads. And instantly, you know, whether you can see it or not, there's something up there. And it can be so high in the sky, you can hardly see it. And it's always the predatory birds. They don't respond that way to the blackbirds or the doves or whatever. And they do respond to airplanes way up there too, but they tilt their head. And the chicks look at the ducks, we look at the ducks, and we all look up, and then the chicks know if it's time to run for shelter or not. And they know the shelter places around as we're out herding them. So all that becomes relationship with the environment and the home field advantage. Well, that used to be a part of and still is in a sense, but you know, with our ancestors, that was a very important part of their relationships with the environments. Knowing what's food, what's not, what's medicine, all those kind of things, knowing what's predators, what's not, all those. I'm involved in some people working in Africa now with the Maasai, and they herd animal livestock as well. And, you know, their abilities to recognize every individual in the herd and to know about predators, what the lions and so forth, the big cats, that's another phenomenal ability. And unfortunately, that's being lost like other things. But coming back to diet, you know, mother's diet in utero influences preferences for her offspring after birth. Flavors of foods get into the amniotic fluid, and the fetal taste system is fully functional during the last trimester of gestation. So the young fetus is already starting to learn, whether it recognizes or not, what's food in the environment. And it's going to accept those foods more readily than something that it's never experienced. Experiences early in life, after birth, flavors in mother's diet get into the milk, as we were talking, and become cues to what's food. And then mother as a model of what and what not to eat, are all important. I think these are classic studies that Clara Davis did nearly a century ago now, where she was, I wish she was alive. It would have been fun to meet her and talk, because when I read her papers, and I didn't know them when we were doing some of the work we were doing, Mark Shaxter made me aware of them, but when you read some of the things that she wrote in her papers and some of the things that we've written in our papers, it's almost like we plagiarized what she was saying. The wording is so similar, yet we never saw her papers when we were writing ours. Well, what she was doing is mimic some of the kind of studies that we were doing. Only in her case, she was working with young children that had been given up for adoption in an orphanage. And she ran these trials, if I'm recalling correctly, for 6 years. She had 15 young kids. And she was offering them wholesome foods that were available seasonally, and then allowing them to self-select their diet. And she'd instructed the nurses that were working with them not to give the kids any kind of a hint, just to put them available for each child and allow each child to select what it wanted. And some of the statements, she said, you know, there was no evidence that the children innately knew which items to eat. In fact, they put everything into their mouth, from the foods to the napkins to the eating utensils. They tried it all. But then they would start to focus on a certain subset of the foods that was offered. And that varied by individual, like she said, and like we said over and over and again in our papers. No two individuals ever selected the same diet, and no individual ever selected the same foods from day to day. They varied what they were eating. When kids came in with deficiencies, for instance, rickets, they would really select for foods that would help to alleviate that challenge. She made points about how strongly that influenced what they did as well. So she concludes the work that she did. She said the results leave the selection of the foods to be made available to young children in the hands of their elders, where everyone has always known that it belongs. But that hasn't been the case during the past half century or so. The choices people learn to make are now influenced by corporate, political, and academic elders, as has been shown in so many different books that have been written on this particular topic. Processed foods, I think, are in no small part responsible for the pandemic of obesity and diet-related diseases, I think, whose symptoms the medical and pharmaceutical industries treat at enormous expense. It's kind of a vicious cycle that doesn't get at fundamental issues related to health. To me, it's stunning to look at the statistics. 75% of people overweight or obese in the US, 50% pre-diabetic or diabetic, 88% metabolically unhealthy, and 80% aren't fit to serve in the military. That's amazing to think about, and it ties back to where we started out very first of the discussion. Now we've got transgenerational effects, and this is well documented, transgenerational metabolic syndrome, mothers who gain excessive weight during pregnancy, mothers who are obese, mothers who become diabetic during pregnancy are more likely to have fatter babies with higher incidence of diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer. And we know people are studying some of the mechanisms of how this happens. You know, I can't help but think back to when my wife and I were young and some of the friends that we have, and looking at how, I'm thinking of one lady that I know and really love. She had 4 kids during her childbearing years, and 2 of them were at a time when they were eating much more wholesome diets. Honestly, that she was thin, her husband was thin, and their diets were really wholesome. And those 2 kids are really thin. They are not like the 2 kids that were born after the diet had changed and she had gained all kinds of weight and not eating, doing what's here in this slide. Those 2 kids are just incredibly obese. And, you know, I just think about how that gets inflected then as a function of what people talk about in the human literature related to these kind of issues. Questions or comments? I'm going to move from the human point to the herbivore point and just reinforce some of those same points. But questions or comments that people would want to make about, and there is a good literature on humans related to these topics, whether it's in utero, mother's milk,
Let's have Muriel.
So,
Okay, Muriel.
Fred, I was just going to share with you, well, first the story, but about 20 years ago, I was visiting Boulder, and there was a guy who was busking, and what he would do, he was a contortionist, and he would fold himself into these amazing shapes. So after he took a break, I went up to him and I asked him how he learned this stuff. He went out into the forest and he watched the animals. So also, I've studied massage therapy, and one of the things that they told us in the training is that it's your muscle movement that makes your lymphatic system work. Unlike the blood circulatory system, which has a pump, the lymphatic system has no pump, and so if you don't exercise, your lymph is not moving, and it's not, you know, vacuuming up all of the crap out of your, you know, system. So that's another aspect of exercise. And also a postscript is that chairs are really bad for us.
Absolutely, amen to everything that you just said, Meryl. That yeah, you think how much we sit as a society, huh? How much we're sitting rather than moving around, and the influence of that. And that learning from the animals made me think of something too. You know, one of the ways that our ancestors learned about medicinal plants was watching what animals ate when they were sick. I have a colleague in Tokyo who spent his entire life studying those kind of things. And so, again, it's those linkages with the landscape, huh? And as we moved away from that, we've lost a great deal.
Yeah, with animals too, if they're the equivalent of sitting in a chair for an animal is a feedlot.
Boy, amen. Amen to that. And then you think of all these things that we're discussing, and then you think of how that's going to influence the foods that we eat that come from those animals, huh? It really gets you thinking a lot about that, no question. Other questions or comments? I do appreciate them so much. Okay, I'll just say the same points that we've been saying, but give you a couple of examples with animals. So we studied goats and sheep and cattle, and we studied bison, we studied extended families. You know, that's something that's really overlooked, but if you let domestic animals go feral, they end up in extended families that are matrilineal, and that's what we were studying in bison. And the relationships that they're able to develop and the knowledge that gets in those matrilineal, those extended families, and what that does for the animals themselves, how calm they are. It's amazing. It's amazing stuff that I didn't include in here, but just mentioned. So we were studying those experiences in utero and with mother's milk and mother as a model. And everything I just said is what we were finding, which is no surprise. But you know, at the time we started that, I remember having conversations with graduate students, and it so defied some of the conventional nutrition views that, you know, the very deterministic kind of, it's about the nutrients and that's it. And that's what you need to know. And it's about biochemistry. And this may, and I see you're smiling, Steve, too. But boy, it was almost like we would talk about this late at night driving down from study sites, and we just let our minds roll with, you know, well, maybe all these things that we came to study would be happening, but it was almost like, boy, you didn't want to talk too much of that in public because you would get, and I remember some of those PhD defenses. Some of the faculty members, of course, the poor graduate students, the one that's in the crosshairs on a defense, but the major prof is too, indirectly, right? They're after you too. And some of those were very interesting deals. It was, but we had, you know, we were doing the studies and had data that was showing all these things matters, basically. You know, so just as an example, we were working with livestock producers that were interested in how can we reduce the cost of ranch operation, and much of that cost is in feeding animals during the winter. So we were thinking of low-cost food alternatives, but we more and more moved toward how can you just have them learn to forage on what's out there during the winter time. But one of the studies we did was exposing calves to straw in utero. And when we did that, calves that were exposed, they ate more straw. They were able to better digest the straw, and so they grew faster than calves who lacked that exposure. In other words, they had been changed morphologically, physiologically, neurologically, so their body was better able to utilize that poor quality food. Well, if you think during the winter time, dormant season, that's what out on most landscapes, it's mature forages. And that's what's happening with wild animals that are pregnant during that period. Their offspring is being prepared to range out, to forage on those kind of forages. And so it's a way, without going into all that we ended up doing, it's a way to get animals living on rangelands during winter and being able to do that and perform well. We did another study, and this was one, I'll be honest with you, that we didn't know we were doing. We had cows that, so we were feeding these cows. They were 5 years old. The cows were 5 years old when this study began, and the study went for 3 years. And the cows were being fed ammoniated straw as the bulk of the diet from December through May. And right off the bat, in the first year of that study, we noticed that half of the cows were really doing well on that diet. The other half, their performance wasn't good at all. As we went throughout that 3-year study, what we came to find out was that the cows that did so well throughout this 3-year study had been exposed to ammoniated straw as calves with their mothers. And they were able to go back in the records and identify these cows. And so half of them by chance had been exposed early in life, the other half had never seen it. Throughout all 3 years of that study, cows fed straw as calves had higher body weight and condition. They produced more milk. They had shorter postpartum intervals when fed straw as the bulk of the diet. So here's an early life experience that now is being manifest 5 years later. If you think of that, 5 years later, these animals see straw again for the first time, total differences in performance. Now, the differences in the first year were much greater than they were in the second year, and they were greater than they were in the third year. But throughout all 3 years of that study, we were finding statistically significant differences between the two groups. So it shows the power of these experiences early in life and these epigenetic kind of influences to enable animals to utilize. This is what we were, you know, can they forage on these poor quality diets during the winter? We had colleagues in Australia who picked up on these studies, and they did work with saltbrush out in Western Australia. Saltbrush is a major component of some of those landscapes, and they showed that lambs exposed to saltbrush in utero grow faster and handle a salt load better than lambs from mothers on pasture. They excrete salt more rapidly, they drink less water, and maintain higher intake when eating saltbrush. And they were able to show that in part that was related to differences in kidney function. The form and function of the kidneys had developed differently as a function of these experiences in utero. Tying back with the point that we'd made earlier on complementarities, there was a study done at the U.S. Sheep Experiment Station in northern Idaho, Du Bois, Idaho, where they had 5,000 sheep as part of that experiment station. And what they were doing was identifying through fecal analyses sheep that ate high amounts of sagebrush. They wanted to create a flock that would be able to target graze on sagebrush, basically, and reduce the abundance of sage. And they did that, and they found a group that really liked sagebrush. And we all thought that it was physiological adaptations that had occurred. And that's true, too. That happens. And ecologists have studied that, you know, how that can occur. But what we found was that the sheep that were doing that had learned that bitter brush as an appetizer helps the sagebrush to go down. It was a learned pattern of behavior. It wasn't a physiological difference. So it lets you realize again that, you know, there's so many factors that are taking place that relate to what does it mean to know the range, Henry's point, that involve gene expression, that alters morphology, physiology, and then behavior. But then these learned patterns of behavior, and you know, how did that start? How did these sheep start to figure that out? And then, you know, we don't know exactly that, but what we do know is that once that becomes in place, that can become a part of the culture of the animals on how to utilize a landscape. So then to kind of bring this to a close, environments influence gene expression, which influences form, function, and behavior. You know, everything from enhanced neural responses to familiar olfactory cues, which goes back to a great point you'd made, Steve, and I've read about that too, where, you know, the initial development is you could consider chaotic, so overproduction of neurons hooking up, and then you get this pruning back. And then you get these kind of responses that can be documented, enhanced neural response to familiar olfactory cues. We were looking at organ development and function as a function of raising animals on different diets. I'm going to let details of that go. I mentioned the kidney form and function. I'll let some of these other ones go too. The last point just that I find incredibly interesting is from this book here, A Change of Heart, a memoir by Claire Sylvia. She was one of the first people to receive organ transplants when we started down that path. And this book is just her account of that. It's a fascinating book to read. And it highlights the point of body as a machine versus body as a set of relationships of organ systems with one another and with the environment they have, and this holistic organic view versus the machine view. And she really makes that point in certain places, where thinking of a point where she got a heart and lung transplant, and the surgeon said, your heart's just a damn pump. That's all it is. And she said, no, it's not a pump. When you get somebody else's heart in your body, you realize it's not just a pump. You aren't the same person. And the lungs. And so she was talking about how much it affected every part of her being. And what she did was finally to track down where these organs came from. And it was from a 22-year-old young man that was killed in a motorcycle accident. And so when you take organs of a 22-year-old young man and put them in a 40-year-old female body, it's amazing. It's amazing to see the experience, what she was experiencing. But one of the things that she talked about relative to our discussion, and she starts it off this way. She said, I was in the hospital and I was on an exercise machine. And she said, the press came to interview me. And at the end of the interview, they said, asked me a question. They said, if you could have anything you want to eat right now, what would it be? And she said, you know, actually, I'd like a beer. And she said, the minute the words came out of her mouth, she wished she could have taken them back for two reasons. One, she said it was a flippant response to a serious question, but she said, two, I don't even like beer. And so that sets her up to talk about how what she liked had broadened. I mean, she still liked all the things she used to like, but it broadened out to where she was liking to eat green peppers. She said, I never liked green peppers. And then she said, you know, the first time I could drive, my car nearly steered itself off the road when I went by a chicken McNugget place, and on and on and on. And then she shares stories with all these people that got into these support groups that she was in on that. But you know what it told me, and at that time, she obviously didn't know of the research we'd been doing that I'm talking about, and she's dead now, so I never met her, but they were trying to grapple with why would that be the case. To me, what I would say is different organ systems have different needs, just like the microbiome that you create has different needs, and that's being expressed. And so she's got a heart and lungs that have learned to like green peppers and beer and chicken McNuggets and so forth. And I think and it's the last part that we'll talk about here in this section. It's that feedback from those cells and organ systems to the palate that's altering our liking for food as a function of need and as a function of our experiences. And she just I loved reading that, because like, boy, it relates to everything we've been studying. And if we could have gotten together with you and Bernie Siegel, we would have had fabulous conversations that you alluded to. But I think the work we're doing really helped to elucidate some of the things you were waving your arms at. Questions or comments on that? Again, about linkages. So I finished this by saying, and I've been at it about 50 years now, but after a 40-year case study, it's my contention that couch potatoes actually begin to develop early in life as tater tots. That's it, on all this part related to. And I didn't even talk about habitat selection. You know, we did so many studies of habitat, where animals go, not just what they eat, but where they go, who they want to be with. You know, all that. These experiences early in life are influencing that in very, very interesting ways.
Have you ever seen any of the videos of dolphins blowing bubble rings?
Yes.
And how they taught each other how to do it. And they started playing with these bubbles, and then they would start fighting over the bubbles. And that part of the bubble blowing process in the earliest stages were interactive with the humans on the other side of the glass.
Yes, no, it's fabulous. I just find those kind of things so interesting. And I think now, and it relates to this last point, you know, this idea of extended families and learning transgenerational. And I think of some of the cetaceans and some of the neat work on those, you know, of where they go in the ocean and who they're learning from. And the role, you know, with livestock, when animals get old and can't have babies anymore, we get rid of them. But you know, those old animals, their knowledge historically of environments in those extended families, which I mentioned earlier, that, you know, been studied so much in African ungulates like elephants. Oh my gosh. We were in Addo several years ago, Addo Game Park in South Africa, and they knew every one of those 350 elephants was named, and they knew every extended family. So we got up early and went out with the biologist, and in would come an extended family. And they'd say, okay, there's Lucy or whatever. She's the matriarch of that family. And we knew her knowledge is so critical of in a drought, you go 50 miles this direction because that's where you can get whatever, that her knowledge. And the work they've done to show that when you have these old matrilines as opposed to young ones, the knowledge becomes so important for their survival. And then they'd say, okay, and here's little Matilda, she's the new member of the group. It was fabulous to see that. And in the work we did with bison, the extended families, and then as I say, these, you know, cattle and sheep and goats ending up in that. But I often think, what price do we pay when we ignore transgenerational linkages to these social and biophysical environments? And how much then do we end up upping the cost in terms of fossil fuel inputs and so forth, because we don't allow animals to be locally adapted to those environments and to use plant communities and knowledge of environments to meet nutritional needs, to meet needs for medicines and so forth. I think of that quite a lot. So that's the second leg of the stool. The last leg is these flavor feedback relationships. Do you want to go for it on this, or?
I'm up for it. Yeah.
Okay. Let's give that. Pardon?
I'm still here.
Okay, you guys, you're doing great, and you're still smiling and talking. I can't believe, if I pass out here, you'll just know that it was all in good fun and good intent too. Okay, we'll do
good exercise for your vocal cords.
Honest to goodness, I won't be able to talk for a month. Okay, let's do the flavor feedback. And I have a food for thought for you here too. The first year that we were working with goats down in southern Utah in these black bush communities, we were working with Angora goats, these white goats that came from the Navajo Nation. They weren't familiar with black brush or these environments. They had not a clue. We brought them up. We brought 90 goats. We had 6 different pastures. And so we put 15 goats on each pasture. The goats in this pasture here, as we went during that first, it was 3-month study from January through March. And early on, this group of goats started to eat wood rat houses. Now, black brush is bad, no question about it, but these wood rat houses, that looks even worse. And so, you know, it was yet another mystery. First off, they aren't eating the new growth, which we talked about. And at that time, we didn't know why. So we're trying to think, they're avoiding something we think should be good for them. And now they're eating something that looks just horrible. So, but again, to me, and I don't know why, it's like there has to be a reason. This isn't just fluky stuff. And so, but that's the question. Why did they do that?
What's a wood rat house? Is this like a house that's built out of wood sticks that a rat lives in?
Okay, perfect. I'm too familiar. So these wood rats are little mammals about the size of a regular rat that live down in these environments. And they build these huge houses out of vegetation that's in the environment. And I'll tell you more as we go on, but they build these houses at the base of trees. And then in this environment, of course, they use, again, they occur in many, many different environments. They learn to use what's available in the environment. And in this environment, black brush and needles from these juniper trees. And then this one chose to, for siding on its house, to use bark from the juniper trees. Huh? So they're pretty elaborate structures. And I'll tell you more about them as we go on. But that's it. They're small mammals that have learned how to make their living down in those environments. They're studied a great deal by ecologists, and their ability to utilize plant species that are very high in secondary compounds. So they're really, they're quite interesting creatures, really. And their physiological adaptations to utilizing some of these plants that are high in tannins and terpenes and so forth, really, they're very, very interesting creatures. And then, but then we have these goats that want to eat their houses, huh? So that was a challenge for the wood rats. So it comes to this question, and we've really been talking about it in different ways, of what is palatability. And let me back. If I were if I were to ask you why you like a particular food, you would tell me because it tastes good. And if I were to ask you why you don't like a particular food, odds are you would tell me because it tastes bad. And that's certainly true. There's absolutely no denying that. What we thought about so much as we went along was that palatability, though, is more than a matter of taste. And again, Steve, you asked this question up front, and here we'll try to come back to some of that, what you were raising. So you have this relationship between these flavor, secondary, and primary compounds in interaction with one another. And the point that struck us anyway over the years is that palatability is more than a matter of taste. It involves interrelationships between the phytochemical and biochemical characteristics of foods and flavor. And so, and what we referred to as feedback, and that feedback is coming from these cells and organ systems, including the microbiome, in response to the foods that a creature is eating. And it's influenced by the past experiences of animals and the current nutritional state of the animal. So let's explore this feedback part a little bit more. And when we first started into this, and when we were challenged, when people said, you know, domestic animals don't have nutritional wisdom, we were trying to think about, well, how would you demonstrate that? How would that be manifest? How could you demonstrate it? And, you know, we grappled with that a long time, trying to think about how would you convince nutritionists that there is nutritional wisdom to the body. And the best way I think that we did it, we struggled with different approaches, but the best way was as follows. We would make animals mildly deficient in the nutrient that we were interested in, not gross deficiency, just mildly deficient. And then we would do as follows. I'm going to illustrate this in a video with straw and sheep. So I'll use that as the background. So we've made these sheep deficient in a nutrient. On odd days, animals in group 1 get apple-flavored straw. Animals in group 2 get maple-flavored straw for a meal. And that meal's, say, an hour in length. That's about what we were doing. Just offer it to them first thing in the morning. And then after the meal, we take a stomach tube. It's a tube. It's easy to do. You just do a drench, and we'd pour water directly into the gut. Now that only makes sense in relation to what we did on even days. We'd switch the flavors. Animals that got apple on day 1 get maple, and vice versa for group 2. But now we drench them with the nutrient that they're lacking in the water solution. And our idea was that if animals are going to associate the flavor of the food, apple or maple, with feedback from the nutrient, then animals in group 1 should what? They should prefer maple to apple. Does that make sense? And these should prefer apple to maple. And so the testing, and we always did it this way, we would ask the animal the question, was simply to give them a choice of apple and maple. And as we're sitting here, I'm still thinking of that first trial and walking down those 24 sheep, walking down each and individual pens and looking at their feed boxes. And it was like we were so happy you couldn't believe it. It's like, this is amazing. Because if they were in this group, they had eaten all the maple food and the apple was sitting there. If they were in this group, they'd eaten all the apple flavored food and the maple. Does that make sense? Yeah, so they were telling us, and this is how it looked. We used to teach 2-week workshops back in the day for many years, over a 20-year period. And we would have people redoing some of the work that we did. And one of the things was to do this flavor feedback relationship stuff. And so I'm going to show this video. There's 2 groups of sheep there. One group has been drenched with the nutrient they were lacking after they ate straw. The other group was simply drenched with the water. And you're going to see how that used to look then. You're going to see how that would look when we used to do those studies. So the one group absolutely loves straw, and the other group can't figure out why they'd be even interested in it. And it's totally a function of the feedback part of things. I used to laugh. I came across this quote from Dave Barry back in the days when we were doing that work. He says, what are calories? He says, calories are little units that measure how good a particular food tastes. Fudge, for example, has a great many calories, whereas celery, which is not really a food at all, but a member of the plywood family, provided by Mother Nature so we have a way to get onion dip into our mouths at parties, has none. Huh? All you have to do is add the feedback part of that and think of that little video I showed you, and that's how it looked when we were doing the studies that we were doing. And of course, we were quantifying that, but that's what we were seeing. And I often think then that's what the food folks have really figured out. You link familiar flavors with feedback from refined carbs to lure people to a novel food. You're dressing it in a known and liked flavor and reinforcing that with that flavor with a blast of energy. I remember over the years going to conferences that were dealing with everything from rodents to humans and interacting with people at those conferences. And I'm thinking of one now that was a NATO-sponsored conference that was in Wales. And we were all talking from the same knowledge base, the same principles and processes related to kind of things that I'm talking about here. But it was so fascinating to hear the human, the people who were working in industry for humans give their talks. And I used to think, that's where the money is. That's really, nobody cares about a goat or a sheep or a cow other than in principle. But if you want to be where the money is, it's with people. That's absolutely it. And they knew the literature every bit as well as we knew the literature. We all knew this kind of literature, but they were designing products and their stories of how they did that and what they did. And as especially since I've retired and writing the book and thinking about these things, I think even more about how they have used that knowledge to really create products that really haven't been good for all of us. So I'm going to make a long story very short here and simply say we worked with primary compounds from energy and protein in different forms and looking at the nuance of those different forms and the relationship between protein and energy and the form that protein and its energies in, and how strongly animals responded to that, how rates of fermentation of different things could provide excesses or deficits. Anyway, energy and protein, minerals, vitamins. In every case, we found feedback was a very important part of liking for the flavor of food. We worked with these secondary compounds too, and what we were finding is that in moderate amounts, low doses, these, as you were alluding to earlier, Steve, they actually can enhance intake and preference, and satiety of animals. So what we came to appreciate is that it's not any one compound, as I was saying, it's relationships amongst all these compounds that the body is integrating. And the more adequate the combination of foods is relative to needs, the higher the liking is going to be as animals become deficient or excesses in the diet, then they're going to back off of foods and combinations of food. So it's the relationships again. It's all these complex kind of relationships that I think you can study and get intimations of how all that's working. And then you reach some point where you say the level of complexity is probably beyond what we can study nicely from a reduction, far beyond what we can study from a reductionist standpoint. We're going to have to use totally different ways to think about it. And if we want to study it, go like the quantum people did when they finally abandoned Newtonian mechanics and said, this doesn't work. We need totally different models for how we view this. And these are the conversations I've been having with Guido Pauli based on his presentation at that conference in Innsbruck last year. So if we come back, I want to come back and make 2 points. One's related to nutrients and one's related to medicines in all this. And why do goats eat wood rat houses? They eat them to alleviate a protein deficiency. One of the rooms in these houses is the bathroom, and it's soaked in urine. It's absolutely vegetation soaked in urine. What that does is to create a nitrogen supplement, basically. It's a nitrogen, non-protein nitrogen supplement. And the goats that figured that out, this pasture here, after 3 months of being in a totally unfamiliar environment on a very poor quality forage, blackbrush, they were in better body condition as a result of figuring that out. And there wasn't a wood rat house left in their pasture by the end of the study. They had eaten all of those wood rat houses, but they had really benefited from that. The thing that I find just as interesting is that out of 18 different groups of goats over 3 winters, that was the only group of goats that ever figured that out. Now, how that happened, I don't know. We lived with them. We were living with the goats, and just one day they were eating these houses. You saw them all gathered around the house, and what are those crazy goats doing? Maybe the Einstein of the goat world, who knows how that worked out, but they figured it out. The key point, though, is that now that's a part of the knowledge base of that group of animals. That's a relationship they've developed with that environment, that if they were challenged to try to survive in those environments, would have benefited them over a long haul. Now, if we'd have wanted all the goats to eat wood rat houses, an easy way would have just been to take and disperse one of these goats, put it in each with the other groups, and they would have all been eating wood rat houses, and there wouldn't have been a wood rat house left on Cactus Flat. We'd have taken them out. Steve?
might they have been interested in a microbe that might have been cultured in that bathroom?
It could, you know, it could be that too, because there would be that, right? I mean, there would be a lot of biological activity there.
Fermentation, bacteria, fungus, who knows what might be there. And that might have helped the goat's digestion of an otherwise unpalatable environment.
That's exactly. So there we have two factors that we know, or that we can speculate, you know, the non-protein, because, you know, like in soils, you have these carbon nitrogen ratios that are very important, and black brush is very low in protein. It's not a good source. It's got some energy, but it goes to what you're saying, the digestion and ability to digest. And what happens, microbial populations in the gut will plummet. They'll decrease when there's not a decent source of nitrogen. So that, I think there's pretty good evidence that would really help the goats. But then you add what you're saying too, you know, other kind of microbes that might be in there that are coming. You know, here the wood rats are pooping and peeing both, and the goats are getting that. So, I mean, that's another very valid point. All those, both those kind of lines of thought and factors likely were helping the goats for certain after 3 months. And I won't say they gained weight, they didn't, but they lost so much less weight than the other poor goats, you know, that were on there. They really benefited significantly from that, from figuring out that they could utilize that. Muriel? Or Susie, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So did they also eat the, whatever it is, the black bush, or did they not even, did they only eat the wood rat houses?
No, they ate the blackbrush too. The wood rat houses in this sense were really serving as a supplement. The bulk of the diet for all of the goats was blackbrush. There were a few other species that they could sample. It was a harsh environment, honestly. It was a harsh environment, and you know, if we were French shepherds and we weren't running it like we did that experiment, there would be things we would undoubtedly have done. And some of the old ranchers we worked with, they grew up as young kids shepherding goats. So when we came back there after all these years and they saw the goats, they adopted us like we were their kids. They thought it was so neat, you know, to have that as a part of the landscape again. But no, blackbrush was the bulk of the diet for all of the animals down there, and that was then serving as a supplement to their diet.
Was it an appetizer? Did they have to eat it first, like they did in the other situation?
Or dessert?
You know, oh, dessert.
Yeah, well, it would have served both ways, because that boost that was happening inside their microbiome would have come each day, and it would have had a carryover effect too. So it could have been looked at both ways, as kind of an appetizer as well as a dessert phase.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, good question. Those are good questions. I'm surprised you can even ask a question by now. Any of you, I'm not saying just for you. No, that's so, yeah, that's, and I don't know, to me, over the years, it was the outliers and the strange things that happened that I found so interesting. And it's just like watching these chickens and ducks here, just spending time. And for Sue, my wife Sue and I right now, in all these chaotic times, we find it very calming and centering just to go out and spend a little bit of time with 6 chickens and 2 ducks, watching them go around doing what they do, you know.
Yeah.
For us, it's a good thing. The next part that I would turn to then is these secondary compounds and this self-medication of animals, and that is how people come up with some of the things they do. I didn't take that shot, actually. Although when I'm in a place, personally, I always tease people that I took that photo outside my motel room that night. But anyway, there's 2 ways to self-medicate, and I think of that all the time. One is prophylactically, and the other is therapeutically. And when I mentioned earlier that, 3 to 5 to 7 plants make up the bulk of the diet, but they eat many, many, many more. That idea of eating little bits of diverse arrays, whether it's of plants, I think really stimulates health, promotes health in animals. But we know that they can also do it therapeutically, and we did many, many studies of that. And again, I'll make a long story short. We started out initially working with animals under feedlot conditions. And high grain diets, we know, can cause acidosis in animals. It lowers the pH of the gut. Really, ruminant animals never evolved to eat those really high grain diets. Seasonally, going back to the point you made, Steve, seasonally, they would eat the grains that would be in plants, but that wasn't the bulk of their diet by any means. But when it becomes such a big part of the diet, they experience acidosis. So one of the first questions we asked was if we provide them with something that alleviates acidosis, whether that we worked with sodium bicarb in sheep, we did bentonite, would they select that, and would that influence pH in their gut and their ability to use foods? And we showed that it could. Then we went on to, some legume plants like alfalfa, they'll cause bloat in ruminants. Tannins alleviate bloat. So we were interested, will animals, they have the opportunity to eat tannin-containing plants, will they eat those and alleviate bloat and prevent bloat? And we showed that they would. And then we, dicalcium phosphate helps to relieve toxicosis from oxalates that are common in many rangeland plants. Polyethylene glycol, we showed with blackbrush, the goats that wouldn't eat blackbrush because it was so high in tannins, if we supplemented them with polyethylene glycol, they would eat the new twigs. Why? The polyethylene glycol binds the tannins in the gut and alleviates their negative effects. So we showed all those kind of things. Azadirachtin, a naturally occurring compound for external parasites. Combinations of these secondary compounds. We did a lot of work on self-medication when animals have high parasite loads or not. If they have low parasite loads, they won't necessarily eat so much of some of these compounds like tannins. But as you increase the parasite load, they strongly start to select for plants with tannins or combinations of plants. So we showed all these things. The last work we did, I think, really helped to bring home the point. And we had animals that had learned to associate the flavors of different foods, like we did in the apple versus maple study, with medicinal effects. And we were looking at different ones of these things. So a different flavor would be associated with relief from a different kind of malady. And we showed that animals would learn to select flavored foods as a function of different states that they were in. In other words, it would be like us if we had have a headache and we go to the medicine cabinet, maybe we take aspirin. If we have an upset stomach, maybe we take Pepto-Bismol or whatever. We simply showed that animals have the ability to do that. They learn these different states and they learn what alleviates a state, what rectifies a state when it comes to nutrients like we were talking about, what rectifies a state when it comes to different maladies. So at that point, we felt like we had established that not only do animals have a nutritional wisdom that's based on feedback, but they also have an ability to self-medicate that's based on feedback as well. The same thing, and we've talked about this, but that same knowledge in indigenous peoples, Ayurveda, Chinese medicine, it was so based in these ideas that we're talking about, and then the value of foods, antibacterial, parasitic, antioxidant, anti-inflammatory, immunomodulatory, and just like we don't imagine that the animals are doing all kinds of scientific studies to have a conscious knowledge of this. Same with the indigenous peoples, but they had figured out, right? I mean, amazing stuff. Like you brought up earlier, Steve, some of the things, the behaviors and knowledge bases that they developed are just, it's mind-boggling. It's just mind-boggling to think about that and to think about how they developed those. And I've so enjoyed working with Mike Huffman, who's originally from Boulder in Colorado, but has spent his career in Tokyo. And, you know, he spent his entire life studying primates and their ability to self-medicate and the relationships of different species with humans and how they helped our knowledge of what and what not to do in those environments. Really, really neat, interesting kind of stuff. Some of that older literature, I think, is most interesting too when it comes to flavor nutrient learning in people, this area of flavor nutrient learning. When you read accounts of people on ships and the development of scurvy during their voyages and their cravings, they craved what they needed. They knew it. They craved and they'd cry out. And when they'd reach landfall, what they would just start to scarf up in terms of plants that would rectify scurvy. Pica with mineral deficiencies. My goodness, I remember reading some of the most interesting stories about that. And one in particular comes to mind of a lady who was born and raised under very poverty kind of conditions in the South of the United States. And they grew up along riverbanks, and you know she'd had exposure to some of the mud, and I guess getting it into her mouth, you know, as a kid and whatever. But she became a professor and was really doing well, and she got pregnant, and she developed these incredible cravings as a result of the pregnancy. And what she wanted was that dirt from those banks of those streams. And she said it embarrassed her to death because she'd drive, I forget, 100 miles, 200, whatever it was, back to that place. And she would bring home bags of that stuff and put it in her freezer, and she ate it during those early stages of pregnancy. Well, I have a colleague, a friend and colleague, Paula, who studies that. She studied those kind of things in wild animals and in humans. Craving for salt with salt deprivation, craving for cod liver oil with rickets, craving for fat on lean meat diets, that whole idea of rabbit starvation. Some of the earlier explorers in Canada who didn't realize that you can't live on just a raw red lean meat diet. You've got to have fat. The indigenous peoples knew that. For every so many mouthfuls of red meat, you need to have a mouthful of fat. And these people didn't realize that. And so they were eating rabbit to try to get what little fat was in the diet, and just becoming more and more and sicker and sicker and sicker. So this idea of rabbit starvation is another example. Oh yeah, Paula Pebsworth is the lady's name. Done so much interest. I've been trying to think to give her credit of all the work she's done. So there's a rich literature when you go back in time and look at these things. A last point that I'll make in this feedback session is that nutritional state affects the choices animals make while they're foraging. Of course, I've said that over and over again, but we were working with dairies back in New York, and we found that what they were feeding in the barn influenced what animals the cattle would eat when they would go out on pasture. So if they fed a high protein ration in the barn, animals would avoid clover that was out there in the pasture. Why? They already had met their needs for protein, and if they ate the clover, which was high in protein, they would be excessive. Animals are very responsive. You know, I think in pastures and all that, people have selected for such high concentrations of protein in those plants, it's more than animals can deal with. That's a whole other story that we've explored. You know, excesses really put animals off of foods. So those relationships again. On some of the salt desert, named appropriately, salt desert shrub rangelands in Utah, those plant species are high in various kinds of salts. And the last thing you want to do is to provide a salt supplement on those landscapes, because it'll cause animals to avoid plant species that they would otherwise eat. Why? Because they've already met their salt needs. We got involved in studies also with the secondary compounds in this regard. We were working with pasture plants. Trefoil, alfalfa, and fescue were the plants, and those are the compounds they contain. And we found that if we would give animals a supplement, think of a capsule like a human might take, a capsule supplement of tannins, when they would go out to forage on that mix of plants, they'd eat alfalfa and fescue, they wouldn't eat the trefoil. And the same for each one of those. Give them a supplement of sapiens, they'd avoid alfalfa, but eat trefoil and fescue and so forth. So animals are titrating, and it's not only the primary compounds, but the secondary as well. I know it can almost sound ooey ooey, but it's amazing their abilities. And I remember when we were working with sagebrush and terpenes, and we were working with a toxicologist, and we were infusing terpenes either directly into the circulatory system or into the gut. And we had animals in pen, and they were eating a food, and when they reached the amount of terpene that their body could handle, could detoxify, they would simply sit down. They'd quit eating and they'd lie down. And, you know, we'd totally rigged that situation, right? The food isn't actually what's causing it, but they're associating eating that food with the feedback they're getting. And when they reach that point of, we've had enough terpene, they'd simply lie down in the pen and we'd stop infusing them. And we knew, though, if you exceed that level, then you're going to cause, in this case, neurological problems with the animals. So nutritional state influences that. Now, why I'm giving that background is simply to say we make these processed foods and then we fortify them and enrich them. And I think all the time, well, what's the downstream effects of doing something like that? You know, so these 18th century sailors with scurvy craved fruits and vegetables, and they would just accounts of them just wolfing down watercress, purslane, so forth. When they would get off of those ships, they were rectifying their scurvy issues. Well, today those sailors could drink vitamin C fortified fruit drinks, right? Their scurvy disappear along with their cravings for fruits and vegetables. Rather than eat a rich array of phytochemicals, each sailor would consume a large quantity of sugar-sweetened calories. That's the kind of things I think about a lot when I think about flavor feedback and these kind of relationships, and how the basal diet that a person's on is influencing what they like and their response to that. That's a whole other topic as well. So two kinds of cravings. When I Google craving out there in the net, it's mostly what you've alluded to already, Steve. Cravings for refined carbs, sugar addictions, those kind of things. It's not in the sense that I've been saying here. If you have wholesome foods, starting back with that very first leg of the stool, through to appropriate social models, through to then the flavor feedback system works. But otherwise, you don't have that cravings for foods and drinks high in refined carbohydrates. So I'll end on this. The lady says, inside me is a thin woman crying to get out. They usually shut the bitch up with a piece of chocolate, huh?
That's a good one.
It's a good, I do like chocolate though. I'll have to admit, my wife and I both, and we try to eat not too sugary chocolate, but that's an essential vitamin, I think. So anyway, that takes us through dining, dining with change, dancing with the wisdom of the body, saving the artist's palate. And we've gone 4 hours.
Actually, I have just a question going back to the slide about Chinese medicine and Ayurveda.
Yes.
So with Chinese medicine, you've got the whole issue with shark fins and rhino horns and stuff like that. So when you look at some of these more intuitive modalities, if you will, yes, I think that there is definitely validity in a lot of what they have discerned. And on the other hand, you have the methods of statistics and how to get the best of both worlds without making the mistakes of either world. I mean, that's really, where I try and discern what's good for me.
Right, and I think that's the challenge, Meryl. I think that you've hit right on it. That's the challenge. And as you were talking about that too, I was thinking how the knowledge base in different cultures really can be a way to locally adapt people in that culture to the landscape, but they can conflict with one another too. What you learn, what would be recommended in Chinese medicine can be quite different from what Ayurveda would recommend. It really sets up this next section of grappling with uncertainty, and what I explored in the book related to that, because then it comes right back to what you said of how do you get in touch with your own body, and how do you figure for you what really is most appropriate in all of this. That's so much. You just absolutely hit on where this goes in this grappling with uncertainty section.
And because the human race is what it is, we can't just think about ourselves. We have to think about the whole system. Right.
And so much so nowadays, it seems to me anyway, huh? Yeah, you've really you've taken where we've been and just absolutely put us on to this next section. Now, whether or not you want to go there today or whatever, however you want to, I am open. But I'm, that's what's nice about having a conversation with people is, from the very first, you've all been just setting up where we wanted to go with this. I think absolutely. And now your comment is so in sync with this next section of things.
I think one of the interesting aspects of human psychology is the placebo response, and that you can get a lot of people who will be tied into a cultural archetype, like, for example, the male hunter. And, you have this kind of image that males will adopt because this is like noble. The noble male hunter, going out into the world with spears and taking on the, woolly mammoths and things like this, as somehow making men superior to women in some respect, and that this has horribly biased, for example, anthropology. When we're looking at the origins of man and the noble hunter idea that we developed bipedalism and female breasts because of all these male-centered reasons, when actually, all of that's been falsified, and it turns out that female evolution through, being aquatically oriented has played a bigger role in our development, which is all based on women. And yet you're still going to find a market for ground up animal horns or eating raw oysters or something to appeal to the whole idea of male virility. And so therefore it's very easy to get sucked into maybe a practice or a belief that has no basis in science or empiricism at all.
Oh, absolutely. I just couldn't agree more with all of that. And then just to even become aware of that, right? That all that's happening because you come into a culture, you don't, it's an awareness that gets created too, right? Like what you're saying, and the power of that. I've just been so amazed at the placebo and nocebo effects and the power of those, and in a positive way or a negative, the power of that is just amazing to me. And that is where this grappling with uncertainty really goes, is where Meryl and Steve have both, you've set the stage. Do you want to do it?
Well, it's easier to do it now than later, right?
Okay, let's go for it. Well, we're kind of yes, I think it is, because
we're on a roll.
Well, exactly. We very much are. Our minds are synced. I can tell you're kind of saying what's coming, and that's just what I was thinking when we're on a roll. So we just as well go for that. So I often think about, why is human nutrition so confusing? Yesterday's really solid advice becomes today's, well, it doesn't hold any water, becomes tomorrow's who knows what. It's very, it's pretty amazing in that sense. And our view of cholesterol, carbs, fat, just as buzzwords that so much is changing relative to what's being written and thought about related to those things. I also, with the people I'm working with nowadays, we think a lot about what's the basal diet that people in different cultures are on, and how's that affecting outcomes, just as I was alluding to earlier, and whether it's eggs or meat or fat. And Stefan Duke really is keeping on top of that, and he sent me several papers that said, well, this culture responded differently from this culture, responded differently from this culture, and all that gets into the mix of it. So I thought this was hilarious related to the confusion.
We're so happy to have everyone home for the holidays. Your dad has been cooking all day.
Butter braised bacon wrap with my famous apple sage stuffing. Who wants one?
None for me, honey. I'm on a diet.
Did you say butter braised? Because I'm dairy free.
I'm lactose intolerant.
I'm gluten free.
No stuffing for me, honey. I'm off carbs.
I don't eat meat anymore, except for fish and chicken, just not turkey.
Is that free range?
Did it die of natural causes?
Was it an assisted suicide? Because that is the most morally delicious.
Nothing for her. She's just difficult. Dig in. Some butter.
Brought to you by Canada's Liquor Corporation. Let's get Christmas like booze.
I tell you, no, we saw that, but it is amazing how how they're able to catch some of that in a very short piece that just hits on all of that. But the confusing part, and it was being illustrated in that, you have not only the biochemical complexity that we've talked about, but the individuality that was being expressed around the table, diet, lifestyle, culture kind of things, and then the beliefs, the overall beliefs that we develop. So let's talk about beliefs a little bit related to this topic, which takes us into the placebo and nocebo kind of effects. There's a psychologist, Paul Rosen is his name. I met him many, many years ago at a conference in Sicily. I had read his work. He's one of the old gurus in this food selection, nutritional wisdom, and then he really got into human food selection as it went on. But he was doing a series of studies to show really what you said, Steve, how profoundly what we come to believe influences how we behave. And this is just one of a series of studies, but he was doing a survey as part of this, and he was asking people, you know, if you were going to be stranded on a desert island for a year, which one of those foods would you take with you? Obviously, that's horrible choices, and it's only one food. He's saying, you know, all you can take is one food. But he wanted to see what would people say. And here were the responses. Going to a desert island, 42% said, well, we'd take bananas with us. 12% corn, 7% sprouts, 27% spinach, 5% peaches, 4% said hot dogs, 3% said chocolate milk. Now, in relation to the overall series of studies that he was doing, the point he was trying to make was that these two foods would probably take you further down the road than any of the rest of these foods. If you had that terrible choice, these could probably take you further down the road, but they were the choices that people didn't want. And he was arguing that that was because of beliefs that had been developed around fat and phobia of fat. If you saw the broader context, this fits perfectly with that statement. So the power of beliefs to influence the choices that we make. And this broader topic of how did fat become toxic? And some of the books that have been written and papers that have been written that go back to Ansel Keys and some of the studies that they were doing back many, many years ago now, some of the huge studies they did, the Minnesota study and the other study that they did. And they were really, really arguing that fat was the culprit. And so over time, then we've really come to, lean meat, margarine, skim milk.
Low-fat milk.
Yes, absolutely. And all of these kinds of foods have really become toxic. Yet, from a palate standpoint, for me, I strongly prefer these to this one here. And that's fitting more with what people are now, the arguments that people are making, that we went way overboard related to cholesterol and fat and so forth. And as you know, if you follow this, there's still really divergent views on that from respected people on both sides of the argument. But
yeah, and they also have a mistaken view of many of what these things mean. Most people think that when you talk about 2% milk, for example, that they're only taking out half of the fat. Well, actually, what they're doing is they're taking skim milk and putting 2% of the fat back into it.
Yes. Absolutely, absolutely. So it goes back to the whole issue of confusion, huh? And it's no wonder that that people are really skeptical about the latest, any of the latest nutrition advice and so forth.
For me, I spent a year as an au pair girl in France in my youth, and that really influenced me a lot. But I've also always been kind of a skeptic.
Yes, yeah, I can imagine that year in France. And when you go, and probably many of you have, I've spent a lot of time in France with Michel Miret, actually, I talked about earlier. And yeah, it's very interesting to see the culture and the food culture and what they do as a part of that culture. It's pretty neat, I think. I often think too that it's a challenge nowadays. And you raised this point, Merle. At least to me, as I was interpreting, how do you get in sync with your own body and the knowledges of that body, and to what degree do the authority figures that we've heard from forever influence that relationship. So I want to give 3 examples here that relate to placebo and nocebo effects. And you know, how experiences influence what we perceive, how we believe, and then how we come to behave. And in saying what I'm going to say, it's just in kind of amazement and at the power of that experience. And I'm not saying I'm any different from anyone else in all of this, you know, not saying like sitting back in some judgment. It's like, it's amazing the power of this. And I often try to think about, well, you know, to what degree am I actually able to separate some of those things out in the foods I select? But, you know, many people believe they have adverse reactions to wheat, and certainly many people do. And some of the modern varieties of wheat, we know if you go to France and eat some of the old varieties, some people that have really bad problems here don't have, in the US with the modern grains, don't have problems at all. So I want to acknowledge first that these can be real. But some of the studies I found really amazing were clearly nocebo effects, where people, when they studied and ran them through trials that would reveal this, people fed high gluten, low gluten, and no gluten food had pain, bloating, and nausea and gas to a similar degree, no matter it's what they were being told. So when they're on no gluten food, they say, oh, this is a high gluten food. Boy, do they ever get sick. Do you know what I mean? The studies are illustrating really strong nocebo kind of effects. And some of the people that I was following when I was writing Nourishment, who were doing the study, say, as far as we can tell physiologically, these people do not have issues. It's more what they've come to believe about that. So that's one example. Another example that I found really interesting was when people were told they were served exactly the same piece of meat, but they were told on the one hand that the meat was factory farmed or it was humane conditions. And when they were told the piece of meat was coming from a factory farm and all the negatives associated with that, to the people, the samples looked and smelled less pleasant. They tasted saltier and greasier. In other words, the power of what they were being told was influencing their perception of the taste of that meat. I find it interesting too, and again, I'm not being the critic here, but or the judge or anything, but just reflecting. You know, there are a number of reasons why people go on vegetarian or vegan diets. Now we have issues related to changing climates and allegations related to red meat and you know how bad it can be for the climate. We have issues related to animal welfare and the CAFO, the confinement feeding operations, and how bad those are. And we also have issues related to sentience and the growing appreciation that these animals are sentient beings, which they are. And so, you know, I understand why people make those choices. But it's interesting, some of the work that they're doing, brain scan work, and then talking to people who have gone vegan and then after a long period have tried meat again, all those point to, so in the brain scan studies, while vegans report a lower desire to eat meat compared with omnivores, their neural activity reveals an inherent craving for meat. And I can share those papers with you if I'm just briefly summarizing, but what they're saying and what's the neural activity is revealing are two different things. And these findings to me highlight a dissonance between acquired beliefs and attitudes and inherent needs for nutrients contained in meats. There are things, like we talked earlier, there are nutrients in meat that are not so readily provided by plant-based diet. And so I think this becomes really revealing about the wisdom body and then trying to tap into that, and then this layer that comes over that of what we're told and the influences of some of these other social and environmental kinds of influences. And this is taking place at a physiological level. I'm just giving samples of some of the studies, and I'm just giving a sample here. There's more studies than what I'm showing that reveal this. But in these studies, they were working with milkshakes, and it was the same milkshake, had the same amount of calories in it. And then they were looking at ghrelin, the hunger hormone, which affects appetite and plays key role in the rate of use and distribution of energy in our bodies. And so depending on what they told people, it totally influenced this hormonal response in the body. Ghrelin decreases after an 80-calorie milkshake labeled indulgent, 620 calories, but not after an identical milkshake labeled sensible, 140 calories. So physiologically, the body is responding based on what was being told more than what was actually in the milkshake. To me, I find these kind of responses, and linking back with what you were saying, you folks were saying, amazingly interesting and powerful. Huh? They're powerful kind of things that are affecting outcomes. As I was preparing the book, I came across some articles on John Whitley, and he had been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer, which is really basically a death sentence. You're doomed. Determined to beat the odds, though, he entered into an experimental trial where some of the people got the experimental drug, others got the placebo. And so he had a ritual that he entered into. Each afternoon, as he sat in his apartment and took the drug, he told himself, "This is a miracle drug. It's going to save my life." Well, they went through the trial, and at the end of the trial, they were assessing people in both the treatment and the control groups. And the oncologist then got back with John, and he said, "John, I've got amazing news for you. You are cancer-free." But he said, "Here's the thing, John, you were in the placebo group. You weren't in the treatment group." So again, to me, it illustrates the power of what one comes to believe. And, you know, a lot is being written and discussed about what happened with John. But, you know, it makes me appreciate and think about the power of what we believe, and the power of all that to positively or negatively affect outcomes. I'll give you another example, a last one, from a negative standpoint. Anita's book, Dying to Be Me, My Journey from Cancer to Near Death to True Healing. To me, it was an amazing book, reading Anita's account of this. And she concludes, and I'll tell you the story just briefly, but she concludes, "I had a choice to come back." So she had a near-death experience, and that was amazing to read what had happened. But at the end of that, she said, "I had a choice to come back or not. I chose to return when I realized that heaven is a state, not a place." And I think of that all the time. And that's the last section. I get into that. But anyway, she was a very conflicted lady throughout the early part of her life. She was raised in a very strong Hindu family, very strong beliefs, and a very domineering father that made sure that those beliefs were practiced. But she had a Buddhist maid who she got to know and to like very much. And the Buddhist maid had, you know, even though Buddhism came out of Hinduism, there's different ways that they think about the world. And so she had this Buddhist maid that would talk to her about some of those beliefs. And then she was going to a Christian school, and the views of the young children she was going to school with, were so at conflict with Hindu and Buddhist kind of views of the universe and the visit to the planet and all that stuff. And, so she was getting a lot of conflicting signals that really had to do not just with her life in the here and now, but also, her life in the hereafter, so to speak. And at the Christian school, when they learned about what she was, I mean, they really laid a lot of guilt trips on her. You're for sure going to hell. You don't go to church every Sunday and blah, blah, blah. So she lays that background out, that she was really a conflicted person. And that continued into her adulthood. And she said that after losing 2 friends to cancer and a diagnosis of lymphoma, she began to study everything she could about holistic health in Western and Eastern healing systems. And she attributes to her eventual diagnosis with lymphoma to all this, the stress, the nocebo kind of things that she had lived with and was continuing to live with. She elaborates on that as she goes along. When none of these systems worked, she traveled to India. So she decided she'd go back to India and follow the healing system of Ayurveda. And she did that. She went back there, I think, for 6 months, may have been longer, 6 months to a year. She worked with a guru there. And, he told her, he said, cancer's in your head. That was one of the things I remember for these, cancer's in your head. It has to do with complex relationships with the environment, blah, blah, blah. And big parts in here. So he was trying to get her centered psychologically, get her centered spiritually, get her centered physically. And the physical had to do with the foods that he had her eating and so forth. But when she finally left there, she was feeling fine. There was no indication of the lymphoma. She was good. She went back to Hong Kong, where friends told her she looked fabulous. She said, what have you been doing? That's amazing. You look great. When she told them about her Ayurvedic regime, again, she got the fear and guilt kind of laid on her, all these fear-based. And the kind of, I guess you would say, maybe Western approach to, there's no science to say that heals cancer. And so that really put her back into a tailspin. She began then experimenting with other ways of healing. She attempted traditional Chinese medicine, common in Hong Kong, but because of its conflict with Ayurveda, she was again quite confused. In traditional Chinese medicine, you're encouraged to eat meat, especially pork. In Ayurveda, you're encouraged to be vegetarian. Meat is the worst thing you can eat. So again, you can see this poor person is just so conflicted. And so in the end, her organ systems failed. She slipped into a coma, death imminent. That's when she had the near-death experience. And that changed her life. Her father had died, and she met her father in this near-death experience. All the pressure that he had put on her and all that she had experienced as part of this early upbringing was gone. It was just unconditional love between her and her father. And she talks about that, how amazing that was. And then, as she said, when she after that experience and during that experience, when she realized that heaven is a state, and I think that so much, I think we're in a dimension of it right now. When she realized that, she decided it's where you are, heaven and hell and all the gods, as Joseph Campbell used to say. They're right here. They're not out there somewhere. When she realized that, she decided to come back, but she was a different person then. She said after years of trying to meet everyone else's expectations, she realized as a result of this experience, She alone held the power to heal herself physically and spiritually. But it took dying, basically. So then you think, and that's the very last section that I go into, different ways that we might actually, when I reflect on my life, die to a way that you were. And maybe, as you said from the beginning, Stephen, I just so appreciate those comments that maybe as you age, maybe you can wake up, huh? That you can wake up to not only the wisdom of your own body physically, but spiritually as well, huh? That it's unique, it's in each one of us. And then how do we get into that, Steve?
And lose your fear of fear, lose your fear of dying, lose your fear of social ostracism, to develop more of a tolerance for people's idiocies and counter beliefs that are totally dysfunctional for you and for them, but to allow them to have those beliefs, even if, you know, you understand that it's all imaginary on their part and that they're suffering the same thing that you were suffering before you lost your fear.
Just amen to everything you just said. You know, I think that's right, huh? Yeah, I so feel that so strongly.
Oh, and when I look at this COVID situation, I see people on both sides going overboard.
Yes.
It's fear both ways, yeah.
Yes, it's so sad.
It is, honest to goodness, and that's what winds us back to the pandemic and obesity. You know, that's right. I think that same thing. And sometimes now, you know, and we obviously, or I say obviously, I'm assuming, but I know people that are on both extremes, right? I know people that are absolutely out there on both extremes. And anymore, I don't say too much one way or the other. It's just kind of interesting to observe it, to observe it, and not in the sense that you've been saying, not judge it, but just observe and try to have good chats with people on both sides about it, and try to, in a way, lighten up about the whole thing on both. But boy, talk about extremes, huh? My goodness, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Polarizing.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then trying to find your center, huh? That transcends that. Like this, you know, mask of eternity and pairs of opposites in this last set. Find your center and hold on to that amidst the craziness of it all, huh? Finding your center. And I so much believe that and on the value of that. But Anita's story is really, I think, there's a long story that goes with how I ended up on that book, and I will, for the sake of time, I won't tell it. But it has to do with all those connections, you know, and it's amazing. On the one hand, you see how chance can play a role, and then on another hand, you think there really are no coincidences, huh? Some things happen that just that just take you back. They really take you back, and they make you think. There's levels of connection that are just amazing. I will tell this story here just briefly. I won't, but it's so amazing to me. So I was writing this section of the book, and I was thinking, what's a good way to end this section, to pull this whole thing together on the physical and the spiritual and all the rest. And at that time, we had this book on shepherding. It had been published, and Acres USA published it, and they asked if I'd come back and just give a talk there at their meetings and then do a book signing. So I said, sure, I'll do that. And I went there, and it was in Pittsburgh. It was at Christmas time. And I remember the lights of the football state, Three Rivers Stadium, and the river and stuff. It's beautiful, really peaceful time. So I gave the talk first thing in the morning, and you know how people will come up when you give a talk, come up to talk to you. So people came up, and one of the first people was a lady named Margaret, and she was a microbiologist, PhD microbiologist. And So we talked a bit, and then there was another one came, Frank. He was a physicist who was retired now. He's a PhD physicist who had been retired. So I talked with him a minute, and then I started talking with some other people. And out of the corner of my ear, I hear Frank and Margaret talking about near-death experiences, that they had both died. And I think, I'm first amazed. How do you start talking about that? I guess maybe because they both, but you know, at a conference, it's not even near talking about that. Here they're talking about it. So very quickly break off and say, I've read about these since I was in high school. And I've just been so amazed, but I've never had a chance to talk to anybody that had them. Would you two mind to do that? And they said, sure. So we said, well, let's meet tonight here in this room. We'll get in the back of the room and we'll talk. And so we did that. And Frank went first and he told his story of what had happened to him. He was in the Coast Guard. He was sick. He was being forced to swim underwater. And then all of a sudden he's looking down on himself and he tells this amazing near-death experience. And so we talked about that. And then Margaret told her story. And again, it was equally interesting and amazing. But what stood out was she said, okay, all of you asked me this, so I'm going to tell you the rest of the story. And she said, I've been reincarnated time after time after time. And that's what's been most interesting to me about this journey, is to link back into those reincarnations. And so she started talking about that. And it was getting dark and later, and Frank and his wife needed to leave, and Margaret and I continued to talk and talk and talk. And then she said some things that really started to blow me out of the water. She said, you know, I drove from Chicago to this meeting to listen to Sally Fallon talk. I didn't come to listen to you talk. And she said, but I was walking down that hall to go to Sally's talk, and it was like I was drawn into this room. And then of course the other stuff. I have to say, I'm totally open to all these kind of things. I just believe this. And so we parted company, and she went back to Pittsburgh, and she was supposed to go to Wisconsin with her family that weekend. And she said, I couldn't go. I needed to just meditate. And so she did that on the Sunday. And then she wrote me this long, long letter. And she said, you know, I knew you in an earlier life. And she said, you got me killed in that life. And she said, here's how it was. I was a scribe in a monastery back in the 1500s, whenever it was. And she said, you weren't a monk there. You came to me and you asked me if I would transcribe some documents for you. And I said, she said, I would. She was a he in that life, of course. And so she said, she's in this monastery, and at night she would transcribe. And she said that it was so interesting reading the documents that you brought me. And she said, at first when I was telling the monks about them, they thought they were really interesting too. But the further on it went, they weren't finding what I was telling them interesting at all. And she said, here's why. It was the Gnostic Gospels. You had brought me the Gnostic Gospels to transcribe. And as that went on, that was an affront to their beliefs. So she said, at that point,
heresy.
Heresy, absolutely. I was far enough along. They no longer wanted me as a scribe in that monastery, and they made me leave. And I left this night, and I didn't know where to go in town, whatever. And she said, I ended up being killed. So we knew each other in an earlier life, and in a way you had me killed. But that's how, and so we corresponded for a long time, still are, but she started sending me, she said, you know, there's 4 books I think are really interesting on reincarnation. And she said, read these books. And so I did, and they were amazing. And one of them was this book by Anita. So there I gave you the whole long story, but it gets you thinking, you know, how much in my own beliefs, I think, how much do I block off because I've been trained in a certain way, huh? So you think you're a scientist, you're not, but you're trained in this way and you need data and all this stuff. And yet it's so much more than that. And so that gets me thinking so much about those kind of things, you know, and thinking how, you know, how do you transcend all of that in a way and open up to be open to all of that, huh? That we probably really don't know anything. And so it's more about the conversation, as I started, it opened up to you today at the very first. To me, writing the book and all that was more about just the conversation than any kind of dogmatic sort of thing.
So about reincarnation, there's a book called Journey of Souls that really made an impression on me, and I posted the link in the chat.
Okay, Meryl, I'm going to have to get that book. I love
I've got your email. I'll send it
Okay,
to you.
you do, because my memory to be able to remember anything right now is gone. So
it's being archived for your benefit.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. That's
I like that comment that you were talking about with transcendence, because it's very, very difficult to transcend anything that you take for granted.
It is. It honestly is. And how easy it is to do that. Huh? I'm saying this is soul searching for me, not as a discussion for any of you. It's just and you become aware of that. Huh? I think you become, and probably that's part of aging too, Steve. Huh?
And near-death experiences and any kind of transformative process, ending up face down in the gutter because of a drug addiction. Anything like that can change your perception of reality and make you aware of something that before you were oblivious to it.
We need to do the last section today too, actually, you know, if you're up, because we're just so on the same page. That's exactly where that last section goes, you know. Absolutely, you summed it up. So I guess if you don't want to go there, but it's so absolutely. I just really think that a lot. I think that all the time. And now I wonder, as a species, maybe that's what's happening to us as a species in a sense, huh? As a whole entire species, maybe that transformative kind of process.
We have a fossil fuel addiction. We're going to end up in the gutter pretty quick if we don't change our tune.
No kidding, Meryl. No kidding. No kidding.
Yeah, I don't think of it as a fossil fuel addiction. Yeah, I mean, I would look at it as, for example, authoritarianism addiction or insecurity. You know, how do you
can call it the dominator culture, and if we didn't live in a dominator culture, likely we could deal with fossil fuels without, you know, going overboard.
Yeah, or we could you know, end up with enough cheap power to use all the fossil fuels for building clothing and shelters and you know, structures and things like that. You know, in a sense, sequester all of our carbon in structure. But the issue is more about humans and what it means to be human in ways in which are essential to our survival, or at least were at some point in the past essential to our survival. And therefore, we're like fish in the water and go, what are you talking about, water?
Yeah. What water?
Yeah, absolutely. Huh? Absolutely the case. Yeah, such good comments, such good comments. I'll not say I would link to both of you right now, but since I told that long Margaret story, I'll go. You know, like Nietzsche said, there's more wisdom in your body than in your deepest philosophies. Less and less do you need to force things until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone. Nothing is done because the doer has wholeheartedly vanished into the deed. I often think about that, you know, the singer becomes the song, the the individual becomes the physical and spiritual manifestation, however a person would want to look at that. So that would bring us then to this last section of fading into mystery. And if you want to go for it, I'm willing to go for it too. We're this far into it, huh? We go give it a last shot.
I'm a little bit worried about the Zoom issue and whether or not the Zoom recording is going to be beyond our.
It looks like it might have stopped. Did it stop?
No, it's still
Okay.
recording on my end, but you know,
yeah.
I set this up at 2 or 2.5 hours, and we're now we're beyond 5 hours. And I know when we had 2 recordings on, it was beyond our limit. And so I just don't know what Zoom might do to us.
I think some of it might be cut off because it's I don't know if it's normally blinking, but it's doing funny things from this end.
Yeah, it's blinking here, which means it is recording. And
well, what we could do is just do another Zoom and just sort of do the last part and just add it.
Yeah.
Well,
why don't we finish this today and then maybe go back and do the last?
I was thinking of doing it right now, but okay, because I don't know if we're recording.
And then you mean start it up again?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we're recording.
Well, the problem with that is that we need to distribute the new invitation to everybody, and that probably isn't that easy.
That I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
I could make a session. I could maybe cut and paste it into the chat, and people could copy it.
Yeah, I mean,
let's just go because it's already stopped if it's
That's right.
stopped.
Okay.
And then we can do it again if we need to.
Okay.
Yes, and I'm happy. However
Okay.
you
Warp speed, Fred. Warp speed.
Okay. This is so as I started this our conversation today, talking about the backwoods and what a meditation it was, it struck me so much after, you start off as a young child, and for me, everything was so amazing in the world. It really was. When I thought of the natural world, I was just mesmerized by that world. And then you get busy with jobs and career and everything and so forth. But when we moved back to the backwoods and all that, let go of that, it was like becoming a child again. It really was. And there was time just to stop and to enjoy the day and all the creatures that were there, and then the night and so forth. And it struck me very much that I felt anyway, we are in a dimension of heaven. It's not somewhere else. It's here. It's amazing. And when I reflected on the science, I thought, all that research we did and learning about plants and animals and all that, what it did to me was just open up to me what a miracle this is. The levels of complexity and interconnectedness. I just became kind of childlike again. So it was really a time for reflection and thinking about those things. And when I later on read Anita's book, I thought, yeah, boy, I can relate to that. What she said on heaven being a state, not a place, and that we create that in our life, in our own life, and our associations with others. And like Joe Campbell used to, heaven and hell and all the gods, they're right here. We create all that business. So I reflected a lot on that. I also reflected on this guy here, Aldo Leopold. And, if you're come up through a natural resources training like I did, he's really kind of the godfather of so much of that. He is so respected, and his books like A Sand County Almanac are so important a part of that. And I used to think about, he began A Sand County Almanac with this statement: there are some who can live without wild things and some who cannot. These essays are the delights and dilemmas of one who cannot. He went on to say, we abuse land because we regard it as a commodity belonging to us. When we see land as a community to which we belong, we may begin to use it with love and respect. His book was such a fervent account so heartfelt, I think, of the beauty and wonder of nature, and then the last section of how our detachment from nature is wreaking havoc on the communities we inhabit. You know, and he wrote that back in the 40s. I mean, if he thought it was bad then, some of the things he wrote about, he wouldn't even he wouldn't believe nowadays what's gone. And despite the eloquent pleas in that book, as he called it, the company has not gotten back into step. Indeed, the changes fossil fuel-based mechanized humans have fashioned since his death are, you know, they're nothing short of breathtaking. A mere 12,000 years before Leopold's visit to Earth, changing climates, aboriginal overkill led to the extinction of 40 species of mammals in North America. It's common knowledge now, I think, and well accepted scientifically, we're participating in the 6th mass extinction. And for the first time in 200,000 years, we could be on the brink of extinction ourselves. You know, in a very real sense, it seems like we're seemingly inexorably being consumed by changes we've wrought and consequences that no one really foresaw. I often think, though, you know, no beginning, no end, as we talked early on, and change, perhaps existence is forever in the process, consuming itself. What seemed to be births and deaths, you know, is really simply an endless transformation. And our visit to Earth is a fleeting manifestation and such a wonderful chance to experience life here as a human being. I often think how interesting it would be to be any other creature or even another human being. If you could be another human being for 5 minutes and just experience the way they look at the world, how would that change you? Or if you could be a chicken for 5 minutes or a plant. Because we speculate on what it's like and what the experience is, but we can never know, I think, without actually having that experience. And at this point, and this is kind of for you, Steve, in a way too, with what you've been saying, I often think of this fellow here in an essay that he wrote titled "On an Apparent Intention in the Fate of the Individual." And he points out that when we've reached an advanced age and we look back over our life, it can seem to have had a consistent order and plan, as though composed by some novelist, and events that when they'd occurred seemed accidental and of little moment turn out to be indispensable factors in the composition of a consistent plot. And I know every one of you, if you just think back over your life, you'll think of branching points, bifurcation points, where you didn't have a clue where that would lead, but it became so important in where your life went. And I won't tell the stories here, but I think of that so much. You think, is it chance? Was it coincidence? Or was all that a part of the unfolding? So Schopenhauer asks, who composed the plot? He suggests that just as our dreams are composed by an aspect of ourself of which our consciousness is unaware, so too our whole life. And just as people whom we will have met, apparently by mere chance, like Margaret, became leading agents in the structuring of our life, so too we will have served unknowingly as agents giving meaning to the lives of others. The whole thing blends together like one grand symphony, with everything unconsciously, in this sense, structuring everything else. He concludes it as though our lives are the features of a great dream of a single dreamer in which all the dream characters dream too. Everything links to everything else, moved out of the will to life, which is the universal will in nature. To me, it's a marvelous essay, and I often reflect on what he said in that essay.
Yeah, and I think I would ask the question, you know, is it really that externalization of the human experience to God, or is it really more about the spinning out, the unfolding of each person, starting with genetics and gestation, and then all the other aspects of being human, where so much of the richness of our life is coming from our subconscious and unconscious minds, that where there's guidance taking place, but we're oblivious to it.
Amen. I think that's exactly right, huh? There's guidance taking place, but we're oblivious. And sometimes I often thought when I was working, I'd become a cosmic voyager with amnesia, and the trials are what waked me up then, you know? I mean, because like you said, you know, I'm just relating so much to what you just said in that sense, you know? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Many years ago, I must be 30 years now, maybe this book was published a long time ago. And again, it's relating to where you're, where we're going on this stuff. But Poe Bronson wrote this book, The True Story of People Who Answered the Ultimate Question, What Should I Do with My Life? And he points out in the introduction, he says, we're all writing the story of our life. The unfolding, what you just were saying, huh, Steve? We want to know what it's, quote, about, what are the themes and which theme is on the rise. We want to know where we're headed, not to spoil our own ending by ruining the surprise, but we want to ensure that when the ending comes, it won't be shallow. We will have done something, we will not have squandered our visit to Earth. So he began the book when he hit, as we've been talking, he hit a low point in his life. Television show he'd been writing for was canceled. Magazines he wrote for were thinning their pages. His book editor had quit to pursue theater and film. He was out of work, and he and his wife had a baby, their first, on its way. And he was worried how to be a good father, how to make money to support his family, and how to keep going as a writer. So looking for guidance, what he decided to do was he was intrigued by people who had found their calling, and what was it that they had discovered through that process. Those who had overcome, as he said, the seduction of money, power, and prestige, those who broke away from the chorus to learn the sound of their own voice, to go inward. As he points out, he said, I had no credentials as a counselor or an academic. The events of his life had shredded any theories he had about how to address the question, what should I do with my life? As you say, absolutely down and out, right? He'd been humbled into admitting that he knew nothing. As he hit the road, he was continuously humbled by what the over 900 people he interviewed had endured and the wisdom that came out of that. And what did he learn? He learned that it was the hard times that changed people's lives. In the good times, they frequently talked about change. Hard times forced them to overcome the doubts that normally gave them pause. In the end, they spoke about fulfillment, not happiness. They often found fulfillment in living up to their moral responsibility to society, finding some ways to feel they were helping others or at least genuinely connected to others. And even though they were pursuing what they personally needed, they were learning selflessness. So, as we've been saying, trials can and do transform individual consciousness. In his book, Dirt to Soil, One Family's Journey into Regenerative Agriculture, Gabe Brown talks about that. He would have never gotten into regenerative ag and those approaches had he not been just absolutely down and out, absolutely down and out. In Call of the Reed Warbler, A New Agriculture, A New Earth, Charlie Massey talks about those same things. And he talks about the people that what he does is to interview many people throughout the course of that book. He tells their stories. In every case, they had the experience that Paul Bronson was talking about in the industrial agriculture that they were trying to do. They became broke ecologically, economically, socially, physically, spiritually. They were just absolutely beaten down. It caused a transformation that led them into this regenerative kind of ag. And so what I often wonder is, can trials that are happening to us now in this country and as a species across the globe, will that transform the collective consciousness of humanity to nourish one another and life on this planet? I guess we'll see what happens, but you know, that's certainly what many people are involved with. I'm going to kind of quickly, but just to tell the story, you know, 3 things happened to me as I look back in my lifetime. I have a friend who says we should repot ourselves every 10 years. We should repot ourselves. We should repot ourselves. When I look back over my life, I got repotted every 10 years. It seems like, you know, I didn't volunteer for most of those repottings, but I got, and one of those was back in the late 80s, early 90s. And, you know, I had never, ever been depressed. I was happy-go-lucky, just a very enjoying, positive. But this depression came on me. I really, you know, looking back on it, I don't know how it started for sure. It's a little bit of a mystery, all of it still to me. But for 5 years, I was so depressed, I had to look up to see a worm, basically. I was just absolutely down and out. You know, last summer, I listened to a TED Talk by a friend and colleague. His name's Ian Gordon in Australia. I met him 30 years ago at a NATO conference in Wales. And he was talking about his son's suicide, Callan, at 28 years of age. And Ian's talk brought back so many memories for me. Though my wife Sue and I had never lost a child, I suffered from depression. And when Ian and I first met 30 years ago in Wales, I was beginning my descent into depression. I often contemplated suicide, and I'm not sure why I never did that. Although I think it was that I had a wife and 2 young kids, and it helped to tip the balance away from suicide. I was hanging by a thread in those years. It was such an unfamiliar thoughtscape. So when Ian talked about the choice to stay alive over the long days and months and years, he was talking about his son, and that was a choice. I could relate to that. And when he talked about how much it took just to get up each day to face the world, I could relate to that too. Both from the standpoint of those 5 years of depression and then a decade later from cancer. At that point in life, I was running as fast as I could run. And then I was diagnosed with cancer. Sue and I were as close to divorce as we'd ever come. And so it was a huge effort just to get up each day, let alone to go to work and face the world. Ian concludes, though, he said that life should not be defined by the day a person took their life, but by each day that person chose to live for family and friends. And the story that Ian told put up such a, told that so poignantly within the context of Callan's beautiful life. So, you know, during my depression, we went to Australia during the depths of that depression, spent a year there. And it was amazing to me what I thought about when we got to Australia. We were doing lots of research in the US, and I was receiving a lot of praise. And I thought that's what it was about. But when we got to Australia, that wasn't what I missed at all. What I thought about were the people I was working with. And I thought, you know, every good thing that's happening in our program is a result of those relationships, those loving, nurturing relationships with one another. That creativity was flowing out of those relationships. And that's what struck me. I never looked at things the same after that. It was the relationships that I thought about. And when I read Lawrence Lachan's How to Meditate, and he talked about the meaning and validity of our lives are given by that part of us that relates to the world of the one. The mechanics and techniques by means of which we live our lives are given by that part of us that relates to the world of the many. It is the one that gives meaning to the many, and the many that gives form to the one. It is relationships that make identity real and meaningful, as it is identity that makes relationships possible. It's only when we have access to both parts of our being that we can remember the meaning of our own existence. I thought very much about that. And when I left for Australia, I knew I was down and out like Paul Bronson, and I was grasping at threads. And there was an editor that I worked with at the Ag Experiment Station in those days. And he was a very cynical guy. I liked him a lot. I loved his cynicism. And the day before we left for Australia, I was over talking with him. And he said, and excuse the French here, he said, "You're a sick bastard. Why don't you take this and read it?" And I said, "Yeah, yes, you're right, I am. I'll do anything." And what he gave me was Joe Campbell's The Power of Myth, the Campbell-Moyer Power of Myth. And I started reading that when we got to Australia. My wife and I were reading that aloud. And it's like, wow, this is amazing. This is what I've thought about my whole life. But in the tradition I was brought up with, we never talked about these kind of things. I was conceived, born and raised a Roman Catholic, and I appreciate that, but it was like all these things I wondered about, we never talked about. And that just came so alive for me in reading that. And then when I was reading The World's Religions by Huston Smith and thinking about those, I thought, I'm all of these traditions and I'm none of these traditions. The mythologies to me, were reminders of why we came to visit Earth and helped me to tap into that. I often thought after that I'd become a cosmic voyager with amnesia. I'd been confusing what I was doing all along with what I'd come to learn. I was being reminded in my way of understanding this, why I'd visited Earth. After that, I never taught a class the same way. I never did anything the same way. And I will spare you the examples there, but it was profound what it did for me and my relationship with students and how I interacted in courses. Every facet was changed as a result of that. And I think in a much better, more holistic, I guess we would say, just it totally changed me. Well, a decade later, you'd think I'd be okay, but a decade later, I was diagnosed with cancer. And again, I was running as fast as you could run at work and research. And but I ended up I wasn't feeling well for a year, not terrible, but not well. And I didn't ignore it. I went to doctors and tried to find out what was up. And I really didn't until I hit one doctor. And anyway, he did some recommended and did some things that said, look, you better have these tests done and let's see what's what. So I did. And that was in the fall of the year. And colonoscopy was one of the tests. And they called me the Monday before Thanksgiving. They said, you need to come in. And when they call you, they're not going to tell you that your colon looks great, right? They don't call you in to tell you that. So I went in there, and this shows how, to me, how in a way foolish I was. and so caught up in the work again. And so the doctor we went to the doctor's office the day before Thanksgiving, and he was showing us these photographs of cancer. And he said, you know, this is very serious. He said, I'm going to get a second opinion from the University of Utah, but this is really serious stuff. And I'm hearing the words and I'm stunned. I never felt more alive actually than when I had cancer in that sense, because you know that death is really close to you too. And so I was listening to him, but I'm thinking, you know, and he mentioned surgery, and I'm thinking, well, there's no way I can come in for surgery for at least 3-4 months till spring break. I'm too busy. I got too much going on. And you realize you never have those times when you're so thankful you didn't say what you were thinking. That was one of those times, because I would have just looked like the fool that I was to say that, because it became clear you're going to have surgery immediately. And so I had the surgery, and a week after that, I was in surgery and I was in the hospital, and it was Christmas time. And I just remember it so stopped me in my tracks, all of it. And this peace came over me, this incredible, incredible peace came over me. I would lay there at night after I'd had the surgery, and it was quiet, and the lights of the Christmas trees would shine into the room. And as I say, this incredible peace came over me. It was a peace that transcended anything I had ever experienced before. And it was a peace that if I tried to put it in words, it was like everything is going to be just fine in your life. Now, in the biggest picture, there's nothing that you have to fear. You're talking about the fears. There's nothing that you have to fear. Everything is going to be, it was so calming. It was just so calming and centering. And that lasted for a long time with me. And then I had a friend and colleague who was diagnosed with cancer at that time. And when I went back to work, her name was Mary Lou. She came and talked to me, and she said, you know, I've been diagnosed with cancer too. And at that time, we were both very raw with that, knowing that if they didn't get all the cancer, you're not here for very long, basically. And so Mary Lou was telling me, and she said, but I think they got the cancer. But in her case, they didn't get the cancer, and she died a year later. And I went to her funeral. It was the most moving funeral I think I've ever been to. People got up and talked about their relationship with Mary Lou, and it made you realize how important relationships are. Her son got up and talked about the love of a mother for the child and the child for the mother. Everyone was crying. We were all crying. And her friends got up and talked about the last days with her, where they would sit in the backyard holding hands, looking at the beauty of nature. And it was just incredibly moving. And then her brother-in-law got up and was talking about the experience. And he told a story about a butterfly morphing from the cocoon into the butterfly. And he said there was a man that watched this happening, and this butterfly was struggling in the early stage. He said, well, I'll help it. I'll simply cut this cocoon open. And then he said, you know what happened? The butterfly never developed. You need that struggle, that trial to do it. So he really captured that. And then the last person, and I wondered, to talk was her husband. He got up, and it was very short. He thanked everyone for coming. And then he said, you know, throughout this experience with Mary Lou, what we've gone through, we've experienced every emotion that a human being can experience, from fear and anger and regret and why me and all of those sort of things. But he said, you know, as we've gone on and on and on in this process, in the end, by the time that Mary Lou died, there was only one sentiment that was left. There was only one emotion that was left in either one of us. And You know what that emotion was? It was love. It was love. That's all that we'd experienced. And so throughout all of that, I was reminded of the power of love and compassion. And it seemed to me all beings on earth, we're all family. I often thought and used to say life is a stage, for me anyway, upon which the challenge to learn to love one another plays out, no matter one's vocation, is what was striking me in those days. And I used to say all the time in my mind, teach me to love, teach me to love, teach me to love. And the challenges that I faced in that next decade were really, that stage helped me to be prepared for the next stage. And then the last that I'll share with you, you know, was letting go, retiring from Utah State University. I could have still been there. And I was at a point where the going was easy and it was interesting. But after the two earlier experiences, I thought I'm going to grow more if I leave here. If I go through that trial of leaving Utah State University and going to the backwoods where nobody knows me, nobody could care less who I am or anything like that. I just had a feeling I'll learn more from doing that. And so that was, I did choose that one, that it would be good. Now, I want to tell you a story here that was published in the Atlantic about a year ago, and it was written by Arthur Brooks. And it was an essay titled, "Your Professional Decline is Coming Much Sooner Than You Think." And he begins like this. He's on a plane ride from Los Angeles to Washington, D.C. It's late at night, gets on the plane, and he's at the very back of the plane, and he hears this, there's a lady and a man behind him, and he hears the lady say this, quote, "It's not true that no one needs you anymore." And a man Brooks assumed was her husband murmured, "I wish I was dead." Again, the woman says, "Oh, stop saying that. Please stop saying that." So he says, yeah, he listened with morbid fascination to this conversation as they went across the country. He said, "I imagined someone who had worked in relative obscurity, perhaps, someone with unfulfilled dreams, perhaps of the degree he never attained, the career he never pursued, the company he never started." At the end of the flight, the light switched on. Brooks finally got to look at this, what he thought was this desolate old man, and he said he was shocked. He recognized him. He was and still is a world-famous man. Then in his mid-80s, he was beloved as a hero for his courage, patriotism, and accomplishments many decades earlier. As he walked up the aisle of the plane, passengers greeted him with veneration. Standing at the door of the cockpit, the pilot stopped him and said, "Sir, I've admired you since I was a little boy." The old man, wishing for death just a few minutes earlier, beamed with pride at the recognition of his past glories. For selfish reasons, Brooks couldn't get the cognitive dissonance of that scene out of his mind. It was the summer of 2015, shortly before his 51st birthday. He wasn't world famous like the man on the plane, but his professional life was going well. He was the president of a flourishing Washington think tank, the American Enterprise Institute. He'd written some best-selling books. People came to his talks. His columns were published in the New York Times. But he started to wonder, can I really keep going at this pace? I work like a maniac, even if I stayed at it 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. At some point, my career would slow and stop. And when it did, what then? Would I one day be looking back wistfully and wishing I were dead? Was there anything I could do starting now to give myself a shot at avoiding misery and maybe even achieve happiness when the music inevitably stopped? So he goes on to talk about the 4 stages of life according to Hindu thinking. The first stage is youth and young adulthood devoted to learning. The second, which is dedicated to achievement, is the time when a person builds a career, accumulates wealth, and creates a family. During this stage, we find one of life's most common traps, especially in the United States nowadays. We become attached to earthly rewards, money, power, prestige, on and on and on. And some try to make this stage last a lifetime. This is especially the case nowadays when we measure worth by what we do, by our achievements, rather than what we are. The antidote to these temptations is the third stage, going into the forest. This is a stage usually starting around age 50 when we focus less on professional ambition and achievements and become more devoted to spirituality, service, and wisdom. This doesn't mean we stop working when we turn 50, something few people can nowadays afford to do, only that our life goals should begin to transform. The third stage is a time for study and training in preparation for the last stage of our life, which should be dedicated to gaining the fruits of enlightenment. Even if sitting in a cage at the age of 75 isn't your ambition, the point should still be clear. As we age, we should resist the allure of success and focus on transcendentally important matters related to our imminent exodus from this planet. Returning to the famous man on the plane, he failed to leave stage 2. He was addicted to the rewards of the world. His self-worth was still anchored in his memories of professional successes many decades earlier. His ongoing recognition purely an offshoot of his by now long-lost skills. Any glory today was a mere shadow of his past glories. Meanwhile, he'd completely skipped the spiritual development of stage 3 and was now missing out on the bliss of stage 4. I often think of what I'm going to say next that happened to me many, many years ago as well. And it had to do with Edwin R. Murrow. And from 1951 to 1955, Murrow was the host of a radio talk show titled This I Believe. The book he wrote about that program was about the personal philosophies of 100 thoughtful men and women. And I remember NPR was starting a program related to this. And I was on the way back from the airport at night from Salt Lake City driving to Logan. And they were replaying some of the episodes that Murrow had. And it was amazing to listen to the people tell their stories in 5 minutes. But the most powerful story I heard that night was from a man, and I'm paraphrasing here what I remember. He said, I can tell you what I've been taught to believe about my family, my community, religion, politics, nation, and so forth. But to be honest with you, I cannot tell you what I believe independent of all I've been taught to believe. And I thought, you know, this guy really gets it, and he gets what we've been talking about. You know, we identify with our family, our community, our culture, religion, job, politics, and country, and so on, all of the I ams. But I often think now that's a trap momentarily inflected in time and space during our visit. I'm not a Hindu, a Buddhist, a Taoist, a Muslim, or a Christian. I'm all those beliefs rolled into one, and at the same time, I'm none of those beliefs. I often think when we transcend all of the I ams is when we finally come to I am. And as we were talking earlier, this idea of coming to the center, of finding the center physically, spiritually. And as it's in the Tao doesn't take sides. It gives birth to both good and evil. The master doesn't take sides. She welcomes both saints and sinners. Hold on to the center. And this marvelous statue that Joseph Campbell talks about, the mask of eternity, the center, and the pairs of opposites that can be inflected so easily here on this planet. And then the idea of finding our center. And, you know, if you know of this system, the chakras and so forth, and moving beyond the lower chakras, the root, the sacral, and the solar plexus to the heart chakra, where the love, the notion of love and transcendence, and then moving in these levels that we were just talking about, from the throat to the third eye to the crown chakra of transcending and a spiritual awakening in all those senses. So I think of that a lot, and I often wonder what will become of Homo sapiens. No question, you know, no one knows the answer to that question. We'll see as we were talking. But at this moment on this planet, I think the question isn't if life will continue in the Garden of Eden. The question is if we Homo sapiens will continue to live in the Garden of Eden. And I know there's different views on this, and many of the people that I interact with nowadays are very, very hopeful that we can stay as a species on the planet. You know, that would be very hopeful. We talk about that. But then I know of these different views, like Houston Smith writes of the Hindu view of a visit to this planet, also talk of social progress, cleaning up the world, of creating the kingdom of heaven on earth. In short, all dreams of utopia are not just doomed to disappointment, they misjudge the world's purpose, which is not to rival paradise, but to provide a training ground for the human spirit. So and Joseph Campbell certainly echoed those words when he said, when we talk about settling the world's problems, we're barking up the wrong tree. The world is perfect. It's a mess. It's always been a mess. We're not going to change it. Our job is to straighten out our own lives. And I think of Chinese societies and Confucius. When I think of this part, then going back, okay, is it possible for Homo sapiens to transcend all of the tribalism and all of the things and you know, continue on this planet? I think of Confucius and you know, the profound impact that he had, beginning with oneself as a node, spreading from there to include one's family, one's face-to-face community, including the natural environment, one's nation, and finally all of humanity, the transcending of the local, tribal, the individual selfishness, and you know, he taught that societies must become intricately coupled with one another in the natural landscapes they inhabit. Tolerate strong checks on human values. Nations must develop managerial capacity to sustain such a system. What Ophilus talked about there at the beginning. And so we have all these connections, and I'll quickly go through this, and then that'll be it. But you know, in regenerative ag now, there's this huge recognition of these linkages: soil, plant diversity, herbivore health, human health, climate, and so forth. And you know, you've seen many of these of where greenhouse gas emissions are coming from in terms of fossil fuels, energy for a number of uses, and then particular part of industry here, waste, and then ag, forestry, and land use, and with livestock and manure being roughly 6% of that whole circle. It amazes me sometimes what a huge focus there is on, we've got to get rid of livestock and that kind of thing on the planet, when it's not one of the major kind of things.
It's the tip of the iceberg.
It's the tip of the iceberg, huh? And as we know, it's like everything, pairs of opposites, but we know that there can be some very good that can come of that if we manage properly. So let me say a few words about that. And this idea that diets link human and environmental health certainly is important. And one of the papers I thought that was so nice when I was reviewing that literature recently was written by Tillman and Clark. And Tillman actually is a plant ecologist by training. Did a fabulous plant ecology work, so well known in that literature. And now he's really written a number of important papers related to diet and human health. But what they were doing, he and Clark, was looking at different diets, vegetarian diets with this mixture of foods, pescatarian, Mediterranean, and then what they called the omnivorous diet, which was really, you could say, the Western diet, a highly refined, highly processed diet. And they were looking at the impacts and projecting through this century of different diets and what they might mean. And so they said, if we figure there'll be roughly 10 billion people on the planet by 2050, and that could lead to 32% increase in greenhouse gas emissions, if we shift to the omnivore diet, net increase of 80% emissions from food production. And they were really focusing on the Western diet and the highly processed diet, what that had done here in the US, and then how that was being promoted around the world by the food industry. And he was saying, they were arguing in that paper that there would be no net increase in food production emissions if the worldwide diet became whatever combination of the Mediterranean, pescatarian, and vegetarian diets. And the Mediterranean having meat as a part of that. So they weren't talking about meat as a horrible thing in that sense. They were just simply saying that if we were to eat wholesome diets, get away from the processed stuff, it could make a huge difference. Paul's book, Drawdown, where he talks of 80 ways to mitigate climate change, food and agriculture collectively, if you rank number one as ways to sequester greenhouse gases from food, doing away as best we could with food waste. They talk about plant-rich diets and the value of that, tropical forests, civil pastoralism, regenerative ag, and so forth, and managed grazing. And the people I work with quite a lot, we talk and interact and doing studies related to the role that managing grazing and civil pastoralism and regenerative ag can play in reducing greenhouse, in fixing carbon in the soil and reducing emissions of methane and nitrous oxide and so forth. So, I think there's a lot that agriculture can do to be part of the solution, and certainly all of us, and that's what Yvonne and Melinda were here the last two times with. That's all they wanted to talk about, is what they're doing and how we can all work together on that. I also think a lot about this. Most people don't own farms or ranches, and here in the US, it's not very many that do, since we've gone so much the industrial ag route. It's less than 2%. But we could all be farmers and ranchers. We could all do that. I've been reminded over the last year, time and again, about in World War II and the victory gardens in World War II. That individuals growing those gardens produced 45% of the food that the US needed. Half of the food roughly was being produced in those victory gardens. And, if we were to each think of that and then think about what that would mean in terms of the lack of need for the huge industrial kinds of ways that we farm nowadays to farm and ranch on more smaller scales, and that combined with each of us being linked in with the land again, how powerful that could be. On our 1.5 acres where we live in Innis, this is a view here. The head gardener, who's right there, is we have a small lawn. It's not large. It's this little piece here that was planted. Actually, this is a before we bought it picture of what it looked like. and this is an after picture. We've kept that, and it's infested with clover, so we don't have to fertilize. We use no commercial fertilizer, yet it's one of the greenest yards in the area because it's infested with clover, which fixes nitrogen. On most of the property, we encourage native plants. This is all native plants, grasses, forbs, and shrubs that are growing here. And it's amazing to see the beauty of them seasonally as they come and go, the ever-changing colors and shapes of a kaleidoscope. We grow vegetable, herbal, and medicinal gardens. And now, as I was saying earlier, we have chickens on the plant. Due to the covenants, we aren't allowed to have sheep or goats, but we encourage pronghorn deer, pronghorn and antelope to come and forage and fertilize, pee and poop all over the land. With electric fence, we protect the native shrubs that we've planted all around the perimeter, berry producing and various other kinds of shrubs, so that the deer and pronghorn don't annihilate them. But we encourage these animals nonetheless to use our place. To our eyes, this great diversity of plants is beautiful and valuable, but I think it'll take a transformation of consciousness for many people in our neighborhood to see this as something that's beautiful. What they see as beautiful is a monoculture of Kentucky bluegrass that's fertilized and put herbicides on, so there's no dandelions or anything like that on it. A transformation of consciousness like I'm talking about there could do away with herbicides and fertilizers people now use to weed and feed their lawns, not to mention the amount of fossil fuels and water in the arid West, which is squandered needlessly. When you look at the amount of resource that goes into to all of these kind of inputs, and then you look at the water. Residential water use outside the home is 30 to 60% of total water use. Depending on the estimate, 7 billion to 9 billion gallons of waters are used each day for suburban irrigation. That's not sustainable in any way out here in the West, any of this. So as Aldo Leopold said in San County Almanac, related to this idea, there are two spiritual dangers in not owning a farm. One is the danger of supposing that breakfast comes from the grocery, and the other that heat comes from the furnace. To avoid the first danger, one should plant a garden, preferably where there's no grocer to confuse the issue. To avoid the second, he should lay a split of good oak on the andirons, preferably where there's no furnace, and let it warm his shins while a February blizzard tosses the trees outside. So I think as a culture, in some ways, not in others, but in some ways, we've made an art form out of dining, but we've tabled all these larger questions. Eating is participating in endless transformation as plants and animals are killed and eaten. As I eat, the energy and matter in someone becomes this entity I call me, which will, in the flicker of a cosmic eye, return to Earth as plants and animals. And one of the essays I wrote recently was just making the point that plants are conscious and sentient as well as animals. There's such a rich literature that's being developed along those lines nowadays. And so the point is all life is sacred, and we're participating in a sacred act. In pondering this mystery, we may come to realize that all life is sacred. We're members of nature's communities. What we do to them, we do to ourselves. Only by nurturing them can we nurture ourselves. And I would say we do that by declaring love, not war, on people and the landscapes that we inhabit. The challenges we face in addressing what we consider the critical issues, I often think have little to do with the issues themselves and everything to do with healing the divides that polarize and isolate us. The irony to me is that working together to transcend the boundaries we create is addressing the really big issue. And as Peter Senge wrote in his book, The Fifth Discipline, The Art and Practice of the Learning Organization, in the end, all boundaries are arbitrary. We invent them, and then ironically, we find ourselves trapped within them. So you probably thought this would never come to an end, but that is in fact the last slide. And I appreciate you hanging in for hours now. Steve, we never figured this long at all, huh? I mean, we talked about going long, but we never.
I was figuring 4 at the most.
I was 2, and we're at 2 for 6 hours.
Thank you, Fred.
Thanks to you guys. I don't know.
Yeah, it's amazing stamina that you had and that your audience had.
Yes, no, absolutely. And, you know, surely we could have gotten through this probably in 2 to 4 if it had just been a march through it, right? If we just,
right.
I mean, you could, but what's the value in that? To me, what's nice is just to have people talking. And, you know, if I were doing this as it would have been in a course, this would have been over several times of just a discussion, right? I mean, it wouldn't have been just one marathon. We'd have picked up from one thing to the next. But given how everything is nowadays, I just want to tell you, I did spend a lot of time working on this and thinking about it because I really did want to with the times now, it's kind of healing for me to think about and go through this and then to have a conversation. I think it helps. For me, it helps to talk with other people about all that's happening and just, so I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity. And I know we didn't get this done in April, Susan, what we'd initially planned, but we got it done now anyway, huh?
Much better. Because it only would have been an hour and a half in April.
Yes, and it would have been a different talk. I mean, it would have had some elements of this, but it wouldn't have been, it wouldn't have been as, I think, all-inclusive as this talk tried to be. And as I've told you and Steve, Chelsea Green would like me to do an audio version of Nourishment. And so I thought as I was preparing this, I thought I'll just tell it like this. I don't want to read the book, but I thought I'll just use this as a way, as a template to do that. And so
that's where I found you, on Chelsea Green's website.
Yeah, I remember that you
found you.
I remember that you did, and that's been a couple of years ago now.
Yeah. Miss Butts connected us.
That's right, Christina.
Butts.
Yes, and she's still promoting the book in Acres USA. I don't know if you get that, but the recent issue, they sent me 3 copies of it, and Sue said, "Well, why'd they send it?" And we get it, but so why'd they send 3 issues? I said, "I don't know. Usually they do that when you write an article for it." And I hadn't written any article for it. And so I started looking through, and sure enough, there was an article and started Eating as a Creative Act, From Death Comes Life and Transformation. And Christina had excerpted from the book and just put that there. So
you were an author.
That was good. I didn't have to write it. Then there it was, you know, all the flavor of this.
Well, hopefully this will help you with the process of figuring out the final form that you want to deliver.
It has very much. It has very much. And, you know, with that in mind, if you, not to make you work anymore, but if any of you have any suggestions relative to what we covered and that as an audio book, it doesn't have to be detailed, but if you have any thoughts or suggestions, pass them along to me. I'm all ears. I've been, you know, they need a transcript of it. It does have to get read. It can't be, because at first I said, well, listen, let's just record this for you guys, and then we'll use that. And said, no, you have to have a script. But if
what you can do is once it's on YouTube, there's a thing on YouTube where it will transcribe it, and you've got all the words, and you just kind of go back and use that as a template.
Yeah, except that it'll be misspelled and mistyped, miss everything in the process. And you'll have to spend just as much time editing it as you would transcribing it in the first place.
Yes, well, I'll try to figure how to do that. But if you do have any suggestions about the material that was covered and so forth, anything that would be a general suggestion, I'd welcome it for certain, you know?
Okay.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I would suggest, and I'll send you an email about it.
Thank you. That'd be perfect. I'll take it on board because it's I'm in the process of trying to work on that. So send them along, Steve. And if any of you other folks have thoughts, send them along.
The only thing I would say, and there's nothing wrong with what you've got, I loved what you have, is a little more on soil. That would be more interesting. Just a little teeny bit more about the soils, what's going on with soil. And then I wanted to tell you that I thought your visuals were very good. That was a very good presentation.
Are you your own artist?
Yes, yeah. Well, you know, they're important, right? I came to realize that over the years that it's very important to have good visuals that go along with things. I think that's just so critical. You could give the same thing with crappy visuals and it's not nearly as effective, huh? They matter a lot. And music, I've often thought adding music would be so powerful, huh?
If you were doing it, if you had a recorded voice, then music would be good. But I think in this situation, it's better not to have music. But what was the other thing? Oh, have you ever seen that movie? Where are you located, Fred? I came in late, so I'm not sure. Are you in? Where do you live?
We're living in Innis, Montana right now.
Okay. You know that? Did you ever see that movie, Let It Grow?
No.
Anybody see that movie?
No.
I'll try to send you a link to it. It's another guy in Montana. I thought you were in Montana. That's what I'm saying. He created a greenhouse using scraps from the lumber yard he's across the street from, and created a closed system. He can grow pineapples and bananas in Montana in the winter. And
send it.
Yeah, I'll send you my link to get in and see the movie.
Okay, I'd love it. I'd love it.
It's terrific. If you guys haven't seen it yet, anybody can see Let It Grow. I think that's what it's called. Forgetting exactly, but it's utterly fantastic. He can power 100 homes from that greenhouse, closed effect, no problem on the environment. He's got algae growing, and he's got water in the bottom and algae. I don't know how it all works, but it's utterly fantastic and inspiring. And you guys should get together. So.
No, absolutely, and it's something we would be really interested in trying to do here in Innis. So that.
His name is Michael Smith. I think it's something really common name.
Huh?
Yeah. I'll send you this. I'll send it. I've got your email, so I'll send it to you.
Okay, perfect. That's perfect, okay. Susie. I appreciate it. I knew a guy named Mike Smith, so I'll be able to at least remember that name.
Okay. All right. That's all I've got.
Well, I want to thank you, Fred, for all this very diligent work and excellent presentation. Next week, folks, is John Gray at our normal time.
What's the normal time? I don't know. It changes all the
Thursday.
Evening, 7 to 9.
When we used to be a non-virtual organization and we met in Palo Alto, it was always 7 to 9 on Thursday evenings.
Okay.
The third.
John Gray is very
So
dynamic.
we've actually been true that 1/4 of our broadcasts are done at that time. So, but everybody else, we're just mixing it up, and we're doing it in the morning, and we're doing it on weekends, and we're doing it in the evening, just depending upon who we're trying to connect with.
That's what I wondered when we were scheduling. It seemed so open to whatever.
I know. Yeah, some people have trouble when I say pick any 2-hour period in that month or that week, and some people just so those people I usually just say, well, what about this? If you don't like it, pick anything else. Right. A couple people I've noticed that.
Yeah. That's what I was wondering too when you said that. Now I understand and came to understand as we went along, but I was,
Yeah. There's one in December, the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Okay. Thanks,
Okay,
everybody.
so much,
everyone.
Fred.
Congratulations on unprecedented stamina.
Yeah,
Thank you.
for everyone here today. Huh? No. Thanks to all of you. I so appreciate, so appreciate it. I just
Oh,
wish
great.
sometime I could meet you in person.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
Fred, it'll probably happen.
I'm coming to Montana. Look out.
Hey, look out, we'll all come.
It probably will happen.
Chase your chicken.
Those coincidences, I could believe it'll happen. Have a wonderful rest of your day, all of you.
Well, it's bedtime for
Will
me.
do.
Hey.
Been up all night.